কি কইছে শহীদ ভাই? হ্যাঁ ভাই এই যে দেখবো এই যে আমি যাচ্ছি আপনার লগে।
It's been 10 years in the making since the both sides played in Bangladesh soil, and here we are for the first of the 3 women's ODIs as part of the ICC Women's Championship. And there's obviously direct qualification implications for the upcoming ODI World Cup that's at stake. Hello and welcome everyone to the home of cricket here at the 𝗵𝗺𝗴𝗲𝗂 National Cricket Stadium in Dhaka for the curtain raiser of the Senora Women's ODI series between Bangladesh and Ireland women, powered by 𝗬𝗎ci. Such an auspicious occasion for both sides. Just the national anthems being sung. It's been a meeting that both sides anticipate to perform really well. So where they're going to perform at the pitch, let's go straight to the pitch report.
It's a bright sunny morning to kick off the Bangladesh versus Ireland women's series here in the 𝗵𝗺𝗴𝗲 National Cricket Stadium. Now I'm here in the center pitch and it looks quite green to me. We'll get back to that, but before that, as long as the perimeter is concerned, only to my right is a 62-meter boundary. The rest are 65 meters, which means this is the shorter side of the boundary. We might be seeing plenty of runs scored in the square of this ground, and that has been the norm as far as the matches we've seen are concerned. But getting back to the pitch, as I mentioned, there's a bit of live grass. It's quite green, it's quite hard also, but it seems to me to be a bit on the wetter side, which means there's a bit of moisture underneath. So early on, well, some might say the winter is already here. Early on with the new ball, you might see a bit of movement of the surface, of the deck. However, I think spin has always been the trick, particularly when it comes to Bangladesh women. Now, as far as stats are concerned, there are 16 women's ODIs having been played here in 𝗵𝗺, and most of the times, in fact 10 times, teams fielding first have won it, whereas 4 times team batting first have won it. However, though, the catch here is that even though the teams fielding here have dominated in terms of stats, they haven't always won the toss and decided to field first. So it can be quite tricky. I think as far as Bangladesh and Ireland women are concerned, they'll be sticking more to their strengths.
So let's see where the strength lies for both sides. Mazhar Ami is down there with the 2 captains and the match official for the toss.
It's the first of the 3-match women's ODI series between Bangladesh and Ireland of the Senora Ireland Women's Tour of Bangladesh. I've got the 2 captains, birthday girl Nigar Sultana Jyoti of Bangladesh, Gabby Lewis of Ireland, alongside the match referee Akhtar Ahmed. Who's got the coin?
Heads.
Heads is the call.
And it's tail.
It's a tail. Jyoti, what have you decided and why?
We like to bat first because seeing the condition, I think it's look good and it coming into the bat very nicely. And really, we have some visibly issues with the batting, so we wanted to give our batters the freebie that we can put some score in the board.
It's been a while you played leading up to the series.
I think after a long time we've been playing the ODIs, but I think we have prepared ourselves very well, and we included few players who have been very consistent in the ODIs. So I'm just looking forward to how they actually execute themselves in the middle.
It's crucial.
So yes, that was the toss. Nigar Sultana won the toss and Bangladesh have decided to bat first. We're just awaiting the beginning of the first ball. This is the first match of the 3-match ODIs between the 2 sides. We've last played an ODI back in 2017. It's been a long way coming. Straight away some swing as I welcome my co-commentator Samit Qasim. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and a good morning to you, Parvez Bhai. A beautiful winter morning greets Ireland here in Bangladesh, 10 years after the last time they played here in the T20 World Cup. Bangladesh winning the toss and electing to bat, hoping to get off to a good start.
Should be the first runs for Bangladesh. Just too wide outside off. 𝗏𝗏 has been the vice captain for the side. She's taken up this extra responsibility after Gabby Lewis was given the captaincy very recently. Left once again, Farzana Haq.
Probing line from Prendergast in the first few balls. As we heard from Sonal at the pitch report, that there might be a little bit of movement off the surface early on. So clearly looking in that channel outside of off stump, hoping to find some of that. Bangladeshi batters cautious at the moment.
There was a clear edge there, but the first runs from the bat. Farzana Haq has obviously been the mainstay of the Bangladesh batting order, playing at the top.
Yeah. Yes, Farzana, the only Bangladeshi batter to have scored a century in this format of the game. She will be looking for a good performance here today as her opening partner, Murshida Khatun, takes strike. Left-handed batsman, change of angle here for the bowler, change of...
Yeah, there's some change in the field as well. Obviously, since it's a right-hand, left-hand batting combination, there's a conscious effort to get the batter to play maybe onto the offside, a couple of fielders behind the wicket. Another wide, failing to control the swing at the moment.
Just struggling to get a hold of her line at the moment is Prendergast. A couple balls already outside of the off stump, and especially with a right and left hand combination, getting the lines right is a bit harder here early on.
That was played with a straight bat. Murshida Khatun likes to play on the offside.
Very solidly behind that one as the Bangladeshi batters looking to be a bit cautious as they try to justify their captain's decision to bat first. They will take some adjusting. They've only played 3 ODIs this year, those 3 against Australia, having lost all 3 of them. So now adjusting back to this format.
Speaking of the series against Australia, they haven't had a good show with the bat at all. Failed to score even 100 runs in all those 3 games. But the first match could be taken as reference where Australia scored over 200 runs. So maybe that's something that they could target.
Yeah, looking at the pitch today, it looks like the ball will come onto the bat relatively nicely. It might slow down a bit later on, but Bangladesh should be used to playing spin bowling.
Moves out right at the end. Must be something right down the side screen. Bowler doesn't feel happy when this kind of thing happens. Just at the end of the run-up, Prendergast back from her successful stint at the Women's Big Bash League. So she's been with some sort of cricket. She's been fresh. She's made good use of the summer.
Much better line and length there from the bowler as the first over comes to an end. Bangladesh, three without loss at the end of the first over.
So that's the tour schedule. The Irish women coming in here for 3 ODIs. The second one on the 30th November and the third in December at the 𝗵𝗺 𝗶𝗵 National Cricket Stadium. And then we'll move on to Sylhet for the 3 T20Is.
as we have a new bowler now coming in from the Dutch Bangla end. Ireland opting to go with two pacers to open the bowling here, but the keeper is standing up to the stumps, so we're not expecting express pace.
On the money straight away.
Accurate looping delivery first up for Farzana Haq. Ava Canning, the bowler.
Keeper standing up, meaning Farzana Haq won't be able to step out even if she wants. Getting some inward movement there.
This will be a difficult bowler for the Bangladeshi batters to face. Just not much pace on the ball, keeper standing up to the wickets, and very accurate line and length bowling here from Ava Canning so far.
That's a good take. Oh, she kept her cool. Tried to wait for the batter to make her move, but in the end, it was just a wide. Could have been dangerous for Bangladesh. Farzana Haq almost losing her balance.
So far, only one run off the bat for Bangladesh. 3 runs coming off of extras. So the Irish women will know that if they can keep their line and length accurate, the batters will be under pressure.
That was really close. Another one just swinging in. She's keeping it consistent. She's just trying to concentrate on bowling stump to stump.
I think that's the way to go to begin proceedings here, Parviz Bhai. They don't want to give away too many runs early. And as you said, Bangladesh batters haven't been in great form recently, so they also will be under pressure.
Drivable length, but driven straight back. Farzana Haq middling a few balls, just not being able to find the gaps and maybe start rotating strike.
I think the lack of pace is making it a bit difficult to really get much power on the ball, coming down on it a bit late, even though it is in the slot, in the driving range.
Again, a very good starting point. Just starting outside the off stump, bringing it back in. Farzana really cautious. This is the way that she usually plays. She starts very slowly, but then if she can get her eye in, she is one of the Bangladeshi batters who can make a big innings in the end.
Yes, and there's a long way to go, 50 overs to play today, so plenty of time for them to settle. Just now starting to try and work the ball around the pitch a little bit, around the ground. The Bangladeshi batters still not scoring all that freely, but
the end of the second over. Look at the team lines up. Definitely Bangladesh just have Marufa as their only fast bowler. They've got a trio of spinners who've tested opponents here at Mirpur previously. The experience of Farzana Haq is also welcome. Prendergast to continue. Slight misfield. Mushida will get a couple.
Good running there from the Bangladeshi batters, spotting the misfield and seeing that there is an extra run available. Given the slow start so far, every run is very important. And that will give the batters a little bit of confidence getting a couple more runs off the bat.
It was a nice drive. Looks in good touch. Murshida Khatun scored bulks of runs in the recently concluded Asia Cup leading up to the T20 World Cup. So Bangladesh would be looking to get those runs from her, the top of the order. We've also brought in 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗃, another experienced batter at the top.
Looking to get a pull shot away there, Murshida Khatun, but just not enough pace on the ball. Not quite timing it.
Just looking at the field setup, we've got an even field setup here on the leg side. We've got the mid-on, the mid-wicket, and then there's the deep fine leg. On the offside, obviously, there's sort of a third slip and a gully.
Yes, Parvez, by looking at the field placement, it looks like the ploy from the Irish team here is to draw a false shot outside the off stump. That's where they have their fielders in catching positions. They do have a couple slips in there. There does seem to be kind of a somewhere between a gully and a backward point.
Driven again, can't find a gap. No is the big call from the non-striker's end.
Yes, they have crowded the inner circle on the offside here, the Irish team, trying to stop the flow of singles, and of course, the Bangladeshi batters are usually more comfortable driving, and they know that they need to stop those runs on the offside. Not exactly a team that's going to play too many pull or hook shots.
Lengths have been important here, predominantly trying to bowl on the fuller side, trying to make best use of the early morning conditions. As another over goes past, after 3, it's 6 for no loss, Bangladesh.
As we see the Irish lineup here, Captain Gabby Lewis, Laura Delaney, the former captain of the Irish side, who's recently been through quite a few injuries.
Solid block from Farzana Haq.
It's an Irish team with a few specialist spinners and also quite a few pace bowling all-rounders. And an Irish team in some good form, Parvez Bhai, recently with a win over England in the ODI format, I believe.
Yes, and they've got important points against Sri Lanka as well. They've made Belfast their fortress, seems like. It was very close, but Farzana will take that.
Belfast may certainly be a fortress for the Irish, but we all know what a fortress Mirpur has become for Bangladesh in all formats for both men's and women's cricket. So they will be looking to continue that run of form. Of course, this year with Australia visiting the best team in the world, not easy, and Bangladesh did suffer a loss there. But in general, they have been very strong here in Mirpur over the last couple of years.
Coming in from wide of the crease there, creating that angle, but Murshida makes good use of it.
Even though they have started the innings with 2 pace bowlers, Ireland are going through their overs quite quickly, which is difficult for the batters in the middle, because all of a sudden you see that you're almost 3.3 overs in and only 8 runs on the board, but haven't lost wickets yet, which is the key.
It's well bowled once again. Very important point there. Speaking of Ireland spinners, they've brought in 3 in their starting 11 today. Amy Maguire, Freya Sargent, Leah Paul. All 3 would be the frontline spinners for Ireland, but Cara Murray, who's been recently in some superb form, right arm leg spinner, she misses out. So Ireland could also give their dose of spin when they come in later on in the innings.
Again, slightly wide outside the leg stump here, while 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂 has struggled with a few wides outside the leg stump. Her fellow opening bowler has struggled with a few wides outside the off stump. So they are testing the batsmen on all sides of the wicket here, the Irish bowlers, in the early proceedings so far.
Oh, a bit of a yes and no there.
Could have been a mix-up. Farzana Haq wanted the single, but sent back quite wisely by her partner in the middle. Or sorry, it was the non-striker who actually wanted the single, wisely sent back by Farzana Haq. I don't think there was a run there.
Goes for the fluent cover drive. Just can't find the gap yet. No boundaries for Bangladesh. 4 overs gone. It's 8 for no loss.
Here we see the Bangladeshi squad for this ODI series. A bit surprised not to see Jahanara Alam in the lineup today, Parvez Bhai, one of the most experienced bowlers in Bangladesh.
Yeah, I mean, Bangladesh usually, especially in Mirpur, we haven't seen a lot of pace being used, even against Australia. Marufa was basically used as the only fast bowler. That has been the way that Bangladesh got recent success, but I think keeping another fast bowling option in the squad could be handy later on. She's got a very long run-up. Prendergast, stall, it's got a strong bowling action. Still keeping to that gully and the third slip position.
Two very different kind of pace bowlers for Bangladesh to contend with here in the opening stages.
Absolutely. This time, middles it, finds the gap. Does it have enough in it? It does. And that's the first boundary from the bat of Murshida Khatun.
Beautifully played stroke through the offside. Didn't put too much power on it. Just very good timing and placement. And it looks like a good, nice and quick outfield here today in Mirpur, as it usually is. So the first boundary of the day for Bangladesh. And a very nice shot to get this boundary count going.
Was a scrambled seam delivery. Tad too full, drivable length. Murshida makes best use of it. Again, followed it up with a single and a quick dive. Excellent cricket from Murshida.
Very good batting there. Followed up the boundary with a quick single, keeping the fielders guessing and keeping the bowler on her toes as she now has to go back to bowling to the right-hander.
This mix is good, especially makes it tougher for the bowler. The fielders need to move as well. First run done quickly, but Murshida says better not to risk the second. So we're speaking about the Bangladesh squad. They've got Jahanara Alam back. They've got Sharmin Akhtar Shukta back in the squad, and she's in the playing 11 today. No debut for Taj Nehar or Meghla, who were drafted into the squad for the first time, getting the first call-ups to the ODI squad. This is good batting and very good running from Murshida.
Yeah, back to the team lineup, as you mentioned, Parvez Bhai. I think yesterday in the press conference, the Bangladesh coach said that the most important thing today is the points, and in this series is the points, to get the wins on the board. And I think the first lineup today shows that, going with their strengths, with their spinners, sticking to the one pacer, and the specialist batsmen more so than all-rounders.
Just looking for the last moment swing there. Prendergast can swing it both ways. Farzana Haq very watchful. After 5, it's 16 for no loss. The Irish squad, Amy Maguire, she makes the cut. Her sister misses out. The last minute injury to her. But looks like a very solid squad which has an average age of just above 23. So they're a very young squad. They've got experience as well. Gabby Lewis has been playing international cricket since 2013. Laura Delaney, she's been part of all the Ireland matches since 2012 that they've played against Bangladesh.
Yes, it seems like a new crop of Irish cricketers coming into the international arena, which does mean that it will take some time for them to adjust and get used to this international cricket scene. Ireland, of course, have a much longer history in women's cricket than Bangladesh. So this is almost like a transition phase for them with some new players coming in.
Nice run there from Murshida once again. She's making this a habit, trying to rotate strike, minimizing the number of dot balls. Speaking of the Irish side, played their first women's ODI back in 1987. And they've got a very rich history. At one point, they were the 5th best women's team in the world, but now, especially since 2005, they've struggled to make it to the big ICC events. This is a team in transition.
And you see that with Irish cricket, actually, not just with the women's team, but also if you follow the men's side, actually, Ireland are in a phase of transition. Irish cricket is a relatively small community. You will notice that even a lot of the players in the Irish team, their brothers, their cousins, their fathers have represented Ireland.
Single taken. Like to see the umpire's call. Came from the bat.
Yes, I think that did come off the bat. After the first 2 overs from each bowler, I think the Bangladeshi batters were just getting their eye in, seeing where everything was going, what the conditions are like, and now trying to get the scoreboard ticking along a bit more. You can see that urgency coming into both batters as they are now trying to pick up runs at a more regular basis.
Again, clear calling from the non-striker's end. Run out is something that would be very uncalled for. This has been a solid start for the Bangladesh openers.
Yeah, both have looked good so far. Nothing that has really caused them all that much trouble. And I think intelligently not trying to be too aggressive.
Beaten. That was very good from Eva Koenig to end another over. Quiet one for Bangladesh. After 6, it's 18 for no loss. First match, lineups for both teams. So you can see host of all-rounders for Ireland and Bangladesh. They've kept to the core of their squad. Sultana Khatun, right arm off spinner, getting her start, especially after her performance against Australia in the ODIs this year. She picked up 4 wickets.
Change of bowling here for Ireland. Arlene Kelly into the attack for her first over. I think the last over went for a few more runs than the previous ones, and maybe the pace on the ball was helping the Bangladeshi batters. So again, another bowler who is a pacer, but not the quickest of them, and again, the keeper standing up to the stumps.
She's had some good days with the ball. Arlene Kelly, their best being 4 for 35. Born in Auckland, 30-year-old. Got her debut against South Africa just a couple of years back. Beaten outside off. We've seen this before. Murshida Khatun just can't resist the temptation.
Sign of things to come in this match, I think, 𝗂𝗃𝗃. Already all the balls where the pace is off a bit have been much harder for the batters to negotiate. When there is a little pace on the ball, they can get it away.
This is very good from Ireland, keeping it tight. The fielders pretty much focused. It was a good fielding effort. Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of loose deliveries except for the few extras that they've given.
Yeah, very stump-to-stump bowling from the Irish bowlers so far. And it's been a struggle to really score freely for the batters.
Goes for that big booming drive, misses it completely, Murshida Khatun. She's trying to up the ante.
Not really reading the pace of that delivery at all, but this is very good bowling here from the Irish. Tempting the strokes, but also keeping it just outside the reach of the batsman, and a good take as well from the keeper standing up.
Again, beaten outside off. That's a hat-trick of misses from Murshida Khatun.
And a hat-trick of very clean takes. Cannot underestimate how difficult it is to stand up to a pace bowler while they're bowling, especially early on with the new ball. This is some very good wicket keeping so far. That really adds the pressure to the batters. If they saw that maybe she was missing one or two, maybe they would be more comfortable with their footwork.
Again, another play and a miss there. Arlene Kelly, an excellent start to her spell. After 7, it's 19 for no loss. So Bangladesh haven't lost a wicket yet, just the 4 extras. Murshida Khatun already into double digits and had the only boundary in this innings so far. Farzana Haq looks solid as usual, but still struggling to rotate strike, which has been a big talking point, especially press conference yesterday. Coach of Bangladesh, Mr. Hassan Tilkaratne, mentioned about work being done, a lot of work being done behind the scenes to improve on the strike rotation aspect of things. Mentioned Bangladesh don't want to give away 160-70 balls as dots in an ODI game.
And especially with the right-left-hand combination right now, the batters really should be looking to rotate the strike as much as possible, make it hard for these Irish bowlers to settle into a good line and length. So far, we haven't seen too many singles or runs taken. The Bangladeshi batters have been very cautious thus far, especially Farzana, the experienced one, out in the middle.
A very straight slip there. Slip in place means 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗃 would want the batter to play outside off.
You can see here again from the field placements that it looks like now the Irish captain has removed most of her close-in catchers and really just crowding the batsmen in the inner circle, trying to starve them of singles.
Finally, strike rotation happens. We have Rifat Emil with us as well, who's giving us some statistical information, and he's brought up the point that in the last 10 ODIs that Bangladesh women have played here at Mirpur, They've been able to bat out the 50 overs on just 2 occasions, so that must be in the back of their minds, which is why this extra caution.
Swiveled away down towards deep backward squarely, picked up by the fielder. Slight fumble, but still only a single taken. Yes, as you said, 𝗃𝗃𝗃, I think that is the most important thing in 50-over cricket, is to try and play out the full allocation of overs that you are given, especially in conditions like this, where the ball isn't coming onto the bat. You really need to take all the time you can.
Both batters showing some signs of positivity. The best part about this partnership is the calling has been very loud. They've been loud and clear about the running, which is important for any sort of partnership.
Slightly uppish there off the bat of Murshida Khatun, but falling well short of the fielder. That is the end of the 8th over. Now Bangladesh are 22 for no loss.
It's time for a change in voices as well. Shamunay Ghosh and Mazharuddin Ami will be joining you.
A very good morning to you, Shamunay bhai. Welcome to the box.
Thank you very much, Samid. Arlene Kelly is continuing with her 2nd over. Still within the first power play. Now, only 1 boundary has been hit so far. It's the 9th over. Clearly, Bangladesh giving emphasis to patience and persistence rather than going all in attacking mode.
Another dot ball there, yes. It definitely looks like Bangladesh have come out here with a cautious approach today. I think they understand and they realize that their best chance of putting up a good total on the board here is to bat out the 50 overs. In women's internationals, Mirpur does not have a particularly high average first innings score. So the more overs you bat, the more time you spend out in the middle, the more likely you are to get a competitive total on the board here.
Spot on. And just to back that up with stats, we've got a person with the numbers, stats fellow Rifat Emil, helping us out with that. Just confirmed that in the last 10 ODIs played here in Mirpur, in only 2 of them have the Tigresses managed to bat out the 50 overs. Once against India and once against Pakistan.
Yes, they'll definitely be looking to add to that tally today. Off to a good start in that sense. 9 overs almost completed here today. Still no wickets lost. Not too many runs on the board, but they won't be too concerned about that right now, the Bangladeshi batters.
Full, driven, quick call. Good running between the wickets.
Very quick single taken there by the batters. And that is really the key now. End of the over there, 9 overs gone, 23 for no loss, Bangladesh.
So seem to continue. And still cautious. Just starting the last over of the power play.
Seam, but I like the kind of seam bowlers that Ireland have used for much of the opening 9 overs so far. Not express pace by any means, just some almost loopy pace bowling. Good lines, good lengths, and really not giving the batters any room or any pace on the ball.
Sum it up, right on the money. And people keep on asking me, what's right on the money? That's exactly what it is, what Samit said.
Right on the money is under 3 runs and over with 9 overs bowled. That is right on the money, Sonmoy. That is definitely right on the money.
You're constantly poking that off-stump line. Bit of room, bit short, and on it was the batter. Through deep mid-wicket for 4, Farzana Haq-Pinky.
First boundary for Farzana Haq-Pinky. She moves on to 11 off 31 balls now, finally getting an opportunity to free her arms, and that was very nicely played through mid-wicket for 4.
Just a tad bit short. And Farzana Haq was onto it, was on top of it. Loopy delivery, exactly what you said. A comeback from Ava Canning. Boundary was hit after 30 deliveries. So that's what, 5 overs. But having said that, 32 balls, 26 balls, the openers need to make it count.
Yes, now it's important that both of them go on from these very solid starts into good scores. Once again, right on the money from Ava Canning. Just defended away onto the leg side. No run on offer there for Farzana Haq.
Yeah, Farzana might just think that she missed out on that occasion because it was angled in line. She hit it around the leg stump. There was a nudge for the single, but there's no deep square leg. Good length played off the back foot, but straight to the fielder. Will end the over. 10 done. Bangladesh are 27 for no loss after power play.
End of power play, ladies. End of power play.
This confirmation. End of power play. Bangladesh are 27 without loss. What they've managed to do is keep the wickets intact, but taking nothing away from the Irish bowlers. Bowled a solid line and length. Even though they can spread the field, they've opted not to, persisting with the slip. Side the off. Is that a catch? It isn't. It isn't. However,
it's a great effort. Great effort there.
It's not a catch, but it is another dot ball in the power play overs, the first 10 overs. 45 dot balls bowled by the Irish bowlers. That is a tremendous effort to keep the pressure on these Bangladeshi batters. And also a good effort from the Bangladeshi batters to not lose a wicket despite that scoreboard pressure.
Straight pull through the gap. The chase is on. And the pace dies off. Recovery. They're coming back for the third. And do so successfully.
Good running there from the Bangladeshi batters. Picked up the length of that ball quite early, but couldn't quite time it as well as she would have liked to. But she did get that away through the mid-wicket region.
Came forward, luring her on to that drive, going past that outside edge. There was an opportunity in this over, and it's Una Raymond-Hui standing at backward point. Missed that opportunity. A bit of, you see that movement slightly off the deck.
Yeah, and you mentioned that in your pitch report today, that there might be a little movement early on. Again, just outside of off stump. Even if there isn't all that much movement off the surface, she is putting a little bit of swing on the ball through the air as well, making it difficult for the batters to get the ball away.
Absolutely. She's not afraid to just give it some air, pitching it up. Again, same thing on display around the off-stump mark.
And you mentioned that the Irish captain has opted not to spread the field much despite the end of the power play. I think that is because of how much early pressure they have been able to put on the batsmen, on the batters. And I think hoping that it will lead to a rash shot, sense of urgency.
Agreed.
Over, left hand.
Will be the end of the over. After 11, Bangladesh are 30 for no loss. It's going to be a change in bowling from the far end, from where we're seated. Spin, finally, to Murshida. And the field has spread out. So there's a deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket and a deep point. Freya Sargent.
First time seeing spin today, as that's played away for another single for Bangladesh. Spin expected, as usual, to play a big part in proceedings here today at the Sher-e-Bangla Stadium in Mirpur. Freya Sargent is an off spinner, only 18 years of age. 10 women's ODIs under her belt so far. She has taken 15 wickets at an average of 29, so a very good start to her international career so far.
she's pretty clear in her mind. Speaking of Gabby Lewis, Ireland women's captain. Just past the from the outside edge, beg your pardon. Coming back for the second. Again, display of good running between the wickets from the Bangladesh openers.
That was a genuine edge, but 2 runs coming off of it for the Bangladeshi batters.
Same field in position for the right-handed batter, Farzana Haq-Pinky as well. So she is offering some protection to the spinner. Is Gabby Lewis.
Yes, some protection. There are 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary, one deep, and the third fielder is out on the deep square, deep point boundary.
Just past the outside edge yet again. This is good bowling from Sargent. Will end the over. A fair bit of crowd in here at the Mirpur Sher-e-Bangla. Beautiful drone sight. It's not full packed considering it is a weekday here in Dhaka. As we're seeing this beautiful shot, we've got a person who's not less than beautiful inside out. Very good morning to Mazharuddin Omi as we see him continue.
Thank you, Shaman Ghosh. Pretty generous of you. Right, very good morning to all our viewers. It's been a decent start, must say. Both the sides would feel they had done well so far.
Outside the off, room was on offer, but so many fielders backing the offside field, particularly inside the circle.
Good captaincy by Gabby Lewis, putting that pressure onto the batters, searching for that first wicket.
Full. And she pounces on it, does Murshida. Did not time it as well as she'd like it to. They'll manage 2 out of it also.
Slowly starting to come out of the shell now, the 2 batters. Spend a lot of time in the crease, trying to play those shots. Not convincing though, but she will take it.
There is plenty of room on offer on the onside. Plays it late. The fielder's there. She pierces the field. However, there is the deep third. Allows only 1.
The reason I said it's been a good start for Bangladesh because the average opening stand since 2021 has been 29.23. Batting has been an issue for Bangladesh. We have seen in the past. Setting that platform.
Yeah, and as long as they make it count, the openers from here, this will be justified. That They've hit only 2 boundaries in the power play.
These two batters have put on a record opening stand for Bangladesh, 125. Missed out on that occasion. End of the over. Bangladesh 36 without loss after 13.
Shreya Sargent will continue. Round the wicket to the left-handed batter. Square drive, straight to the fielder. Just to add on to the stats you mentioned, Mazhar, the last 4 innings, they managed to go past, they actually did not manage to go past 20 the last 4 innings. Thinking of a single yet again. 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 was there. Murshida says no.
Shreya Sargent made her ODI debut last year against Scotland. Picked up 2 wickets during the 3-wicket win over England. It's a long hop. She'll only get a single. Should love to hit that for a sixer, isn't it, Shamanwai?
Or at least find the gap for a boundary. So again, Gabby Lewis sticking to the same plan for the left-handed batter. Perhaps will be a slight change in plan for the right-hander because there's only deep mid-wicket for the right-handed 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃. There's a deep cover point as a sweeper. A slip is in position. Outside the off. Will find the gap, but it's straight to that sweeper on the offside just mentioned.
Sargent looks up to English spinner Sophie Eccleston. Enjoys learning sign language and baking.
Besides taking wickets.
But at the moment, Bangladesh doing well so far, these 2 openers. Keeping those wickets intact. Setting that platform for a good total on the board. Single to end the over. Bangladesh 39 without loss after 14.
First ODI of the Senora Ireland Tour of Bangladesh 2024. Cut away, up and above, away from the fielder, will bring up the boundary. Will Murshida Khatun. Room for error is very, very less. She likes it on the offside.
And she was eyeing for that short delivery outside off stump. Got a lot of room and made sure it goes over the fielder's head and finds the gap as well. A welcome boundary for Bangladesh.
Straight to the fielder. The boundary was hit after 27 deliveries, and hence the protection on the offside because Murshida likes to play it there.
Still no fielder patrolling the boundary line on the offside apart from that deep third. With a deep fine leg in place.
Through the gap. Does she get another boundary? She does. Does Murshida Khatun happy? She will be happy indeed. This over, she has made up her mind that she is going to take on Arlene Kelly. Yes, the fielders are there. There's 7 fielders on the offside. Only one of them protecting the boundary.
And that's nicely played. Played that late, using the pace of the bowler, and finds that gap. Slowly getting that momentum.
You're still persisting with 6 fielders in the circle on the offside. The line's the same. There's a gully, there's a backward point, there's a cover point. Point, cover, mid-off. But she's taken up the challenge.
Still no fielder. Deep on the offside. Gabby Lewis, the skipper, eyeing for that first wicket.
Full flighted, drives on, but straight to the fielder. Freya Sargent there will end the over. 15 done. Bangladesh women are 47 without loss. Freya Sargent will continue from the pavilion end. Now there's a bit of protection on the onside. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, of course. But there's a short mid wicket sort of position. And backed up by mid on also.
So the idea will be to bowl onto the stumps, maybe roundabout off stump, take the ball into the right-hander. Fazana Hokpinki, the highest run getter for Bangladesh. And since 2021, she has scored 775 runs in 26 innings. She will get a single, the only Bangladeshi batter to score 200s in women's ODIs.
Surely, surely. She's one of the most successful batters for the Tigresses, specifically in this format. Slip in position for Murshida now. Turn was there in the air, oh, dropped. Murshida Khatun has just been dropped.
That was a sitter. It was a long hop, straight to the fielder. Oh boy. Again, trying to play that outside the off stump. There's a slip in place. She needs to be careful. Already got a life.
Is that replay again? She was on the move. Somehow just didn't manage enough time. In the air again. Was that dropped again? This is Amy Maguire this time at backward point. Now Freya Sargent almost could have had Murshida Khatun in this over, but will end it. Bangladesh are 1 short of 50 for no loss after the 16 overs. And here's the shot again. Lured into the drive. Yeah, she almost overran it. So 2 opportunities for Murshida in this over. Welcome back, everyone. Here at the 𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗏 𝗃𝗃 National Cricket Stadium for the first ODI to kick off the 𝗂𝗧 Ireland Tour of Bangladesh Women's Series 2024, powered by 𝗃𝗺cie. Bangladesh captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti, having won the toss, decided to have a bat first. The openers are still there in the middle. 49 without loss, the end of 16 overs. Well, they're carrying on. Just in the last over, there were two opportunities for Freya Sargent. She could have had one in the wickets column.
Definitely. Fielding hasn't been good so far for Ireland. They had already dropped 3 catches. In the last over, they dropped 2 of Freya Sargent. It's an area Ireland will be looking to improve, especially when there's wicket not falling in your favor. You need to grab those opportunities and put pressure on the batting side. Good to see crowds coming in. It's a busy day today, though, here in Dhaka. We are expecting to see more crowds coming in as the day progresses.
It's going to be a change in bowling. On screen, we have Sue Redfern. Umpire hails from England, and she is accompanied by Shahida Zakir Jaisi from Bangladesh, the two on-field umpires officiating. Dr. Ahmed Shipard, the match referee, and Mohammad Kamar Zaman, the TV umpire. So Redfern making sure everyone's good and ready. Now Delaney has been introduced into the attack from the media end. Right arm off, deep backward square legs there, deep point, deep cover point. Is there as a sweeper for her? Shida on strike, square drive is on, straight to the fielder at point in the circle.
She was lucky in the previous over. Likes the playing style of Indian batter Smriti Mandhana, and also admires Tamim Iqbal. Right on the money. Murshida Khatun loves playing football and fishing as well. Scored her career best score of 91 against South Africa last year. Also scored a 90-run knock in the practice matches that Bangladesh played prior to the series. Bangladesh played 4 practice matches, Shamanna. You and me were there.
You were. Just erring in line on this occasion is Delaney, and Murshida doesn't make a mistake. Huge gap on the onside, and she just pulls it away for 4.
That was powerfully struck by Murshida. Not a bad delivery, must say, but she finds the gap. There's only one fielder on deep square leg. Good comeback.
Surely can't bowl that line if you don't have much protection on the onside. Again, see the bits and pieces of the same ploy from Abby Lewis. Just rose up on the left-handed Murshida on this occasion. Laura Delaney again belongs to one of those cricketing families. Gary Delaney, obviously a relative, brother, represents the men, the same shirt.
Again finds that gap and reached the fence for 4. Boundaries coming thick and fast now for Bangladesh. And it's a bat of Murshida Khatun. She's looking good now. Reached to 38 of 54. 2 boundaries of the over. Bangladesh 57 without loss after 17.
So after a steady start, Murshida Khatun stepping on the gas, accelerating, playing her area of shots, particularly on the offside, piercing that gap between point and backward point along the ground, importantly. Pinky, being the senior partner, is being the anchor.
It's important to rotate the strike. We spoke about the dot balls that the Bangladeshi batters had conceded over the years, the low strike rates and all. When you rotate the strike, it releases the pressure. Apart from those boundaries, it's very important.
Comes round the wicket to Murshida. Yeah, surely. You need to rotate the strike, particularly when you have a left and right hand batting combination available in the middle.
And this has hurt the Irish bowlers, adjusting their line and length to the left and right hand combination so far.
They've bowled well. Again, they have actually bowled well. It's just that this one didn't turn at all. But it's when the opportunities were there, they did not take the catches.
3 of those straightforward chances. It's been a decent over so far. And stays like that. 58 without loss after 18.
The openers persist for Bangladesh. Irish women are still looking for their first breakthrough, but they haven't really taken the opportunities that they have induced. Freya Sargent being operated from one end, and it looks like it could be just waiting if it's going to be. I think Delaney, it will continue. Laura Delaney. Of the off stump, she pulls it, manufactures that stroke in the gap, thinking of the second. But good fielding, not allowed.
Good to see the 2 batters rotating the strike. Both the batters are set at the crease. Well set, I must say. Now look for those gaps. Delaney, the former captain, handed over the baton to Gabby Lewis, making a comeback to the ODI side after an injury. Missed out the previous 2 series against Sri Lanka and England at home.
Would have been trouble if she missed. Would have been really trouble.
Delaney. She was named the Women's International Player of the Year in 2018 during the Ireland Cricket Award. Holds a degree on sports science and health. Experienced campaigner. Will surely help 𝗂𝗵𝗆 a lot in terms of leadership. Captained Ireland for the past 8 years. Loads of experience. Handy cricketer. Terrific batter.
Full outside the off. This time it's taken. Murshida went on with the stroke. The invitation was there, she took it. But this time the fielder at point doesn't make any mistake. And she will make that long walk back, will Murshida Khatun.
Ireland finally strikes. And it's Murshida Khatun who was living dangerously. This time held quite comfortably at point. And breaks that opening stand for Bangladesh. Delaney delivers for Ireland.
She does, and she is elated. Amy Maguire missed one earlier, but has compensated by taking this catch. Murshida gone for 38 of 61. Bangladesh are 59 for 1. Laura Delaney, the experience, providing the breakthrough that brings in Sharmin Shupta, who's back into the ODI side for the Bangladesh Tigresses. After a brief gap, scored some runs in the domestic circuit, proved herself and made her way in. Off the back foot straight away, and only time will tell if she can cement it back. Will need a few good scores under her belt.
Definitely. She's been in good touch, scoring 280 runs knock in the practice matches. Experienced campaigner from BKSP.
Then the 19th over, Bangladesh are 59 for 1. Freya Sargent will continue. The new batter in. They still have a slip, but it is Farzana Pink who's taken the strike.
Farzana Pinky admires Mushfiqur Rahim and Mahmudullah Riyad. Interestingly, Mushfiqur Rahim calls her the little Sachin Tendulkar.
Really?
And that's something that motivates her a lot. Often speaks with Mushfiqur Rahim.
Surely someone to look up to, and of the class of Mushfiqur Rahim. He's got so many runs over 17 odd years in international cricket for the red and green men's team, of course. And Farzana Pinky would surely want to replicate in that form, and she can be the Sachin Tendulkar of the Bangladesh women's team. She would love it. So she's taken that on. There is protection at deep mid-wicket. Only a single available. Will end the 20th over. Bangladesh are 60.
Down the leg side, we'll get a single of the first ball. Farzana Pinky. We have a change in voice in the comm box. Ahmed bin Parvez joins me. Parvez, decent start for Bangladesh despite losing that wicket of Happy.
Thank you, Mazhar. Yes, it has been a decent start, and this has been the template for Bangladesh whilst playing ODIs, especially in Mirpur. Tend to go slow, keeping wickets in hand, and then later on go for the charge.
These two batters shares good rapport amongst each other. In fact, Farzana Pinky suggested Sharmin Akhtar to get admitted to BKSP. We'll surely look to build up a partnership from here on. Still, fielders inside the circle, putting that pressure.
The only thing needed improvement is the catching for Ireland. Speaking of partnerships, yes, they've been very good friends, and Farzana has been the mainstay for Bangladesh, especially in ODI cricket. Sharmin Shupta had an interesting career as well. It's pretty long. She scored a 50 on her debut, and that was against Ireland back in 2012. So she has good memories playing against this particular team.
That was powerfully struck down the ground for a boundary. She gets off the mark with a classical boundary.
Sharmin Shupta executes that with power and precision. Nigar Sultana mentioned about how she's changed her approach in play, giving her a lot of domestic runs, getting picked back into the national side, showing her worth. Experience counts, Mazhar.
Undoubtedly. Again gets the full toss. Gives the proper treatment. Back-to-back boundaries for Shupta.
This is very good from Shupta. Charging on, attacking one of the best bowlers from the opposition. Laura Delaney has got bags of experience. Just slips out of her hand, making best use of that full toss. She's got a very good start here, Shupta.
End of the over, 2 boundaries from it. Bangladesh 69 for 1 after 21. So 𝗬𝗏 is up and running with 2 boundaries of the previous over. It's the last ball of the previous over, just falling short of Delaney. 𝗬𝗏 loves to play against the seamers. Farzana Haq-Pinky, on the other hand, loves playing against the spinners. Two of the most experienced batters for Bangladesh out there in the middle. Outside edge. Lucky, but she'll take it. Won't reach the fence, but get a couple.
The outfield's pretty fast. Tried to play that very late. Farzana Haq. See a change in bowling. Amy Maguire. She'll miss her sister, no doubt. Sister was part of the squad initially, but dropped out due to injury. One of the 3 spinners that Ireland have.
Had a good run in the last series against England, Amy Maguire. Youngest Irish cricketer to pick up a 5-wicket haul during that 3-wicket win against England. Excellent fielder as well, Amy Maguire.
Against the turn she goes. Look for the double. Will challenge the hand of the fielder down there at the deep. Gets it pretty comfortably in the end. Speaking of Amy Maguire, hails from Dublin, just 18 years old. She's already played 7 matches in ODI cricket before this. Got her debut just last year against West Indies.
Farzana Haq-Pinky faced 62 deliveries for her 23. I'm sure she'll be looking to score some quick runs and catch up the strike rate. Loves to give a lot of flight to the ball. End of a decent over from Amy. 73 for 1 after 22. Crowd slowly but steadily coming in. It's a busy day, as I mentioned previously. But they would want to see Bangladesh start off the series with a win here against Ireland. It's been a decent start so far from the host. Decent opening stand between Murshida and Farzana. 𝗬𝗏 joining in. Already reached 9 of 8 deliveries. Farzana loves to hang in there. Likes to play big knocks. Again, a short delivery. Rotating the strike will be key for the 2 batters.
Yeah, Laurel Delaney will also need to make a comeback. She's picked up the only wicket Bangladesh have lost so far. As we have a look at beautiful scenes here. Winter is coming in the surrounding of the busyness of Mirpur. Speaking of Shupta, she's changed her attitude towards batting, a bit more aggressive. Obviously mentioned about her 50 on debut back in 2012 against Ireland. She's got another 50 as well, so she's had a couple of good memories against Ireland, given a critical role to come in and bat at number 3, which Shobhana Mostari used to come and bat previously.
Slight adjustment in the field. There's a deep mid-wicket and deep square leg in place for Farzana Haq-Pinkey. Mid-off, mid-on, up inside the circle. Farzana Haq-Pinkey would need to rotate the strike. At one point as a batter, you might feel you get stuck in the crease. Then you started to look for those boundaries, taking those risks. Nicely bowled. Good bowling from Delaney.
Yeah, she's keeping it stump to stump, keeping it very simple, not giving in any sort of room there, especially learning quickly from her previous over where she gave a couple of freebies, which were aptly punished by Sharmin Shupta.
Single to end the over. Bangladesh 77 for 1 after 23. Farzana Haq-Pinkey really needs to work now. At least look for those odd singles every now and then. Otherwise it will put her onto the pressure. Loopy delivery. Played that late. And we'll get a couple.
That's well played. Played it very late. Farzana Haq, spoken about her experience. She's been having this healthy banter with Nigar Sultana. Just ahead of the 2023 series against India, they were both competing as to who would score the first women's ODI century for Bangladesh. Pinky got it. She got it against India, that infamous tied game, and then followed it up with another century against South Africa away. So this kind of healthy competition actually helps the batters to outperform each other. Jyoti obviously still has the highest score of 74. She'll want to make amends. She's faced these questions very often in press conferences. When is your first century coming up?
I think Pinky is trying to play that square. Amy is giving those loops and flights with mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. Probably the best option would be to go straight. Again, a flighted delivery. Premeditated to play on the onside. Pinky adjusted at the very last moment.
Could have been a risky shot. We've already seen a lot of turn, especially when you loop it, give it a lot of flight, which Amy is doing. Positive thing is they've kept the mid-off and mid-on up in the circle, so they're not giving easy runs down the ground for the batters.
And also inviting the batters to go over the fielder's head of mid-off and mid-on. Take that extra bit of risk. End of another decent over from Amy. Bangladesh 80 for 1 after 24. Bangladesh will be looking to press the accelerator now. Still 9 wickets in hand. 24 overs gone. They're 80 for 1. Since 2021, the average first innings total here is 158, with the match been played full 50 overs. But Bangladesh will surely look to score somewhere near 200 or maybe over 200.
𝗂𝗵𝗄 making changes, bringing in Eva Canning, who's bowled with the new ball, still extracting a bit of swing there in the air. Looked good in her first spell, was very miserly.
Eva Canning likes to take the ball into the right-hander with that natural in-swingers. Made her ODI debut last year against Scotland. Her first wicket was the West Indian Hagley Matthews. Sharmin Shupta worked hard under Mohammad Salahuddin, the current assistant coach of Bangladesh men's cricket team. She practiced with Mominul Haq and often shares her game with Mominul.
This time finds the gap. Yes, she's definitely been a more improved version of herself, especially in the mindset area as well. The last time she has spoken, mentioned about how they feel they come in favorites in this tournament, which is very important, the mindset to have. She mentioned about the rankings, she mentioned about where Bangladesh is positioned in the ODI championships. That must give you a lot of confidence when you feel you could dominate the game and play fearless cricket.
Farzana, 75 deliveries for her 29. Shupta, on the other hand, 11 of 12. It adds some pressure to the non-striker when a set batter not able to find those gaps. Dot ball to end the over. Halfway through the innings for Bangladesh, they are 82 for 1.
The left arm spin. Again, they're happy to rotate the singles. Bangladesh has Amy Maguire bowling from the pavilion end. This is me, Shobana Ghosh, along with Samit Qasim. Back in the commentary box. Sweeps it in the air. They will manage a single.
A sign of intent there from Farzana Haq-Pinky. So far, 30 balls, 30 runs from the 78 balls she's faced so far. So she will be looking to get a move on shortly.
They need to. It's 78 deliveries she's faced, but again, it's her partner who seems to be the aggressor.
Yes, Sharmin Shupta has come in, and there we go again, off the back foot, plays away for a quick single. She has not sat around since coming to the crease. 12 runs off just 14 deliveries. However, the pressure being put on her by Farzana Haq-Pinky and on the other batsmen who will follow if the run rate doesn't continue to climb for her. She's taking a lot of the strike.
Delivery is in towards it, calling for the second, and will get it easily. But that, just brings the point up that the second innings average score, even though it's 124, I don't think it applies to this match, these conditions.
Nicely swept away, fine. Might beat the fielder, yes it will. 4 runs for Bangladesh. Did she get some bat on that? Yes, she did. So Farzana Haq getting a much needed boundary.
Yeah, full. She swept it fine, as you mentioned. Slightest of edges, and just earning in length a bit, Amy. Maguire, that ends the 26-91 for 1. Bangladesh having opted to bat first are 91 for 1 after 26. The sun is beating down. Bangladesh, first and foremost, plan to take it deep. Eva Canning will continue from the media end. Short, played off the back foot. Will be looking for the second again. Sent back. Could have been trouble if there was a direct hit, but there wasn't. Bit of a confusion in the middle between the batters.
Eva Canning continuing. For me, she's been the most impressive of the Irish bowlers today, even though Mirpur is traditionally a pitch where you would expect spinners to get more purchase. Eva Canning has really kept the pressure on the Bangladeshi batters. And look at that there. A direct hit would have had the Bangladeshi batter in a lot of trouble there, well short of the mark. But the fielder didn't quite get it on the mark.
Pulls it away. There is a square leg fielder. She dives, does well in the boundary line, and restricts Bangladesh just to a single.
Excellent diving stop there on the boundary line to keep that to just 1 run.
Yeah, good stuff on the field. They're picking it up, getting better. Just get the feeling Bangladesh do want to accelerate now. Oh, just beat the outside edge of the batter.
Farzana Haq-Pinky has picked it up a bit in the last over and a half or so. Just about 10-15 balls ago, her strike rate was 30-35. She's upped that to nearly 50 now. So there is a sign of intent now from the Bangladeshi batters.
Outside the off again, plays it late. Deep third fielder was few steps away from the boundary, and that causes the damage. as that races away to the boundary.
4 very valuable runs there. The fielder was stationed slightly inside the rope, and 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗃 did a very good job to make sure she played that just square of the fielder. Made it very difficult for her to run around and cut that off. No chance, really.
Sharmin Shupta this time off the back foot in front of square. Straight to the sweeper, but good ploy, boundary followed by a single.
There are now several opportunities around the ground to score here for the Bangladeshi batters. Ireland have got quite a packed inner circle, but outside the inner circle we have a sweeper on the offside, one at deep backward square leg, and another batsman at fielder at third, deep third, or short third, kind of. So there are plenty of opportunities here for 1s and 2s, which is really the best way at this stage of the innings to accelerate the score. And at the end of the 27th over now, Bangladesh 99 for the loss of 1 wicket.
That's what the bowling card looks like. Laura Delaney, the only one with the wicket, but they've been very, very disciplined. The Irish bowlers, very disciplined. Amy Maguire will continue with her left arm spin. Again, the same ploy by Gabby Lewis. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg in position. Soft hands, good calling. Shupta is the fast runner.
Very quick single taken there by the batters. Ireland hoping now that Bangladesh, they are inviting some more aggressive shots. You can see mid-on and mid-off are both up inside the circle. However, the Bangladeshi batters haven't been eager to come down the wicket too much so far. Nice shot there. Played away, looking for the gap between the two fielders and finds it perfectly. Pierces the two fielders on the leg side boundary to get another 4 runs to the Bangladeshi total. Excellent shot, excellent placement from Sharmin Shupta.
Yeah, positive cricket from Shupta. Moves the front leg away and plays it between those two fielders on the onside. Easy pickings. Makes them look easy, easier than it is. Quick single down.
Following up the boundary with a quick single. Very good batting from Sharmin Shupta. And she has really come in with the positive intent. Could have been a difficult time for Bangladesh at that, losing their in-form batsman. Farzana Haq rotating the strike back again to her more free-flowing partner. Amy Maguire has been a bit expensive.
Big call of no. Now Bangladesh are past 100, 106 for 1 in the 28th. Comes down the wicket, it's just late. Flight delivery. Slower one from Amy Maguire, well bowled, ends the over. 28 done. It's 106 for 1. They're going at 3.79 and over. Straight, they'll get to 189, but with 9 wickets in hand, one would expect them to go at a higher rate. Reach the 250 mark. Off the back foot. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃.
They certainly have the wickets in hand to reach that 250 mark, but they will need to play a much more aggressive brand of cricket in these last 22 overs if they want to get anywhere near that. And as we know, this Mirpur pitch can be very unpredictable. Some places you expect 70, 80 runs off the last 10 overs. Mirpur is often difficult to score in the last 10 overs.
Surely. Depends on the foundations also. Restricted to a single. Now, Ireland women, they played Sri Lanka women back in Belfast in mid-August, where they chased down 261. They batted first in the second ODI, scored 255. So they do have a good batting lineup. Oh, that one kept low.
And I'm sure the Bangladeshi women will have that in mind, that Ireland do have a strong batting lineup. However, with only 1 wicket down so far and some of their big hitters still to come, the captain, Jyoti, still to bat, Bangladesh will be looking at a score well in excess of 220.
He was looking to drag it down and play it over those fielders. 3 women standing. Mid-on, mid-wicket. Just been informed by our fellow colleague Mazharuddin that the run chase just mentioned against Sri Lanka was their only successful run chase of over 200 by the Irish women, and again keeping low.
Some invariable bounce for Eva Canning so far in this innings, and she has been the most difficult of the bowlers for the Bangladeshi batters to contend with. Some keeping low, some bouncing up onto the batters, and you can see now the wicketkeeper, who earlier was standing back, is now standing up to Eva Canning.
That's positive. That is positive. Again, hurrying the batter. Thick outside edge. Will allow another single from the bat of Farzana Haq-Pinky to end the over. Bangladesh are 109 for 1. So Gabby Lewis has preferred to operate the spinners from that end, the far end. Played late. Freya Sargent, but straight to the fielder.
Ireland are still looking to pick up wickets despite this being the middle overs of the match. They still do have a slip fielder in for their spinner.
Comes down the wicket, goes aerial, downtown. Few bounces to the ropes from the bat of the senior fella in the middle, Farzana Haq-Pinkey.
Excellent shot from Farzana Haq. Finally, some use of the feet, which we haven't seen so far from the Bangladeshi batters. But this might show that they are getting a bit more confident and used to the conditions.
Inching closer to her half-century. Full toss, swept away. Deep backward square leg. Has some work to do. Farzana Haq-Pinkey comes back for the second. This is good batting from Pinky.
Good batting and good running so far from the Bangladeshi batters in this match so far. One or two calls which were maybe a bit of a misunderstanding, but so far they've taken their twos very, very well. Almost every opportunity to take that second run, they have been on it.
It has been mentioned how Farzana Haq-Pinkey has 2 centuries already, but she also has 10 50s. Comes down the wicket yet again, through the legs of the fielder. She's not afraid to use her feet. Moves on to 49.
Yes, the use of feet this over has been definitely more pronounced from Farzana Haq-Pinkey. She has now spent almost 30 overs out in the middle. So clearly feeling much more at home here on this pitch than she did at the start of the innings.
Soft hands from Sharmin Shupta. This is also good. This is going fine. Decide not to go for the second, rightly so. It's the use of the feet you mentioned, Sameed. I think she's decided that it's about time. It's about time that they pick it up. More than halfway through already of the innings. Flighted, driven, straight to the fielder. Nothing available. Will end the 30th. Bangladesh are 117 for 1.
Farzana Haq-Pinkey on 49, getting ready to face the first ball of the 30th over, to be bowled by Freya Sargent. Sorry, Ava Canning.
Just past the outside edge. Sort of stuck in her crease was Sharmin Shupta. It's actually Arlene Kelly. Has been brought back into the attack from the media end. There's a deep mid wicket and a deep cover point for her deep third alongside. She's been so accurate. But off stump line, bit of swing on offer.
Sharmin Shupta has been excellent since she's walked in, replacing Mostari, who got out. Well, that's a nice shot, but straight to the fielder. Kept a bit low, got a bit of a bottom edge on that.
Sharmin Shupta made her debut against the same opposition. It's got 2 50s against Ireland women. It's always positive to see a comeback.
Full toss played away, and that's excellently placed for 4 runs. That was just full, just outside of off stump, and she played it away through the onside, through deep mid wicket for 4 runs.
Yeah, watchfully played. The next delivery. The umpire. Some words of advice for Sharmin Shupta. Sue Redfern from England. Might just be regarding running on the pitch. 𝗃𝗃𝗂𝗽𝗃𝗃 on 49. Firmly played off the back foot. Will be a dot ball to end the over. After 31, Bangladesh women are 1-2 for 1. Tough spin of Priya Sargent. Will continue. Was in the slot, was full. Nicely driven. Nicely driven by Sharmin Shupta to deep extra cover for 4.
Wonderful shot there from Sharmin Shupta. Loose delivery, right in the slot, and she played it beautifully through the field.
Down on one knee, and importantly, she hit it along the ground. This time short, moves the front leg away, pulls it away. This is good batting, pierces the field for 4.
You mentioned that Sharmin Shupta started her international career with 2 half-centuries against this same opposition. She looks like she's come out here fully intending to add to that tally today. Wonderful shot as she moves on to 39 from just 32 deliveries.
She's dictating terms now. Previous delivery was punished for being too full. Tried to overcompensate by pitching short. Now cheeky. Plays it late. This is clever batting. Second one not there.
Played away with soft hands that time by Sharmin Shupta after 2 more aggressive strokes. And now Farzana Haq-Pinky is back on strike and still on 49, looking for that half-century.
That one kept low. She's already on her highest versus Ireland. This for Farzana Haq.
Looking to reach her 11th ODI half-century today, Farzana Haq-Pinky.
Bit of turn from Priya Sargent. Quite a bit of purchase, quick single taken, that brings up the 50 for Farzana Haq. 11th ODI 50 for Farzana Haq-Pinky. 4th in Bangladesh, 1st against Ireland. That brings an end to the 32nd over as Bangladesh are
You got any subs on?
Back after the drinks break, Bangladesh women are 132 for 1 after 32 overs. Farzana Haq-Pinky just completing her 11th half century in her ODI career.
Okay, right arm over, ladies.
Shot pulled away. You know, swept, a few sweeps, a few pulls from Farzana Haq-Pinky, who's not afraid to dance down the track, use her feet. But besides everything, she's been quick to take the singles just like this, back live.
Very quick single taken there by the batters. And yes, Farzana Haq-Pinky, along with playing some strokes, has really been a sign of stability and strength at the top of the order, not just today, but throughout her career for the Bangladesh Tigresses. And today, especially with two batsmen going at slightly more aggressive scoring rates than she has really dropped down the anchor and held up one end. And I think now for Bangladesh, very important that one of these two plays out till the end.
Absolutely. Orla Prendergast is back into the attack. But yeah, she's held one end together, laid the foundation. Solid for Bangladesh.
Orla Prendergast is the quickest of the Irish bowlers on display today. So back to pace now for Ireland, hoping to get a breakthrough here that they badly need.
I think particularly how both the attackers took the attack against the spinners. Farzana Haq-Pinky coming down the wicket, a few sweeps also. Sharmin Shupta also playing some off the back foot. Prompted this change.
Yes, as we've mentioned many times, Mirpur is usually a place that spinners prefer, but the pacers bowled well today and the spinners actually got taken for some runs.
A dot ball again. So what Sharmin Shupta is doing is just taking a bit of time as Orla Prendergast is on the money. Cross seam.
This is the first time she's facing her today, so just getting a few balls to get her eye in.
Short, pulled. Good sound of the bat, and that races away for 4 from Charmin Shupta.
Didn't take her too many balls to get her eye in against 𝗂𝗚 Prendergast there. Brilliant shot, pulled away through mid-wicket.
Shift in weight, her eyes sort of lit up. Prendergast trying something different, which I feel was not necessary. If she kept on persisting with that length and line, the batter perhaps would have tried something out of the ordinary. That will end the over with the dot ball. 33 are done with. Bangladesh are 137 for 1. Priya Sargent continues, and Farzana Haq again not at all hesitating to come down the wicket. There's no long on. There's no, apart from the deep mid wicket, there's a huge gap there. I think she's. Oh, this one kept low.
Yeah, if she can beat one of the two fielders at mid-on or mid-off, there are plenty of runs for the taking straight down the ground for the Bangladeshi batters.
Pace taken off, bit of flight, bit of turn, played late, flicked off the pads. Will come back for the second. So the run rate has certainly improved for Bangladesh. 4.11, 4.15 at the moment.
Yeah, they've done a very good job picking up the run rate here. After the power play, their run rate was under 3 after the first 10 overs, and now after 33 overs, their run rate is well over 4. So really excellent acceleration.
Down the wicket, lots of the runway. Few bounces to the ropes from Farzana Haq Pinky. Brilliant batting.
Only 2 fielders on that part of the in that part of the ground, and she took them on and she beat them. Excellent shot, coming down the wicket, hitting it over the top, comfortably into the gap, and no one there anywhere near the ball. 4 runs.
Importantly, she was already standing across. This time down on one knee, pulls it straight to that fielder. Was it outside the off-stump line? She moved across and manipulated. She intentionally eyed that gap we talked of.
You can see as her innings has progressed, Farzana Haq Pinky is seeing the ball much better now, timing it much better, and getting a lot more power behind her strokes.
It's full in the block hole. Quick single taken. This is good running between the wickets. Good understanding between Charmin Shupta and Farzana Haq Pinky. The single will end the over. Bangladesh are 145 for 1 after 34. Time for change in the commentary box. Mazharuddin Nomi will be joined by Ahmeduddin Parvez.
Ever since Charmin Shupta walked into the middle, she raised the tempo of the innings alongside Farzana Haq Pinky, who initially seemed to struggle in giving away those dot balls. And all of a sudden, Bangladesh are in a very good position to post a good total on the board. When I talk about a good total, something over 220, even 230, or you never know, 250, which has been their highest score so far in the ODIs that they scored against South Africa last year. Quick single taken. Rotation of strike has been good. Charmin Shupta has been pushing Farzana Haque-Pinckie, complementing each other.
Yeah, you've spoken about them being friends, one insisting the other, pushing the other to do better every day. This partnership really building up, especially on the run rate end. Farzana Haque, she's got a lot of stamina in her. We've seen her play quite a few long innings that she tends to carry the bat whenever she comes in. Now she's got her eyes set, so she'll be definitely looking to increase the tempo. She's got her 11th 50 in women's ODI cricket already.
Short ball pulled away. Will only get a single. Just mentioning about Charmin Shupta, the strike rate, 46 of 40 deliveries. You don't see that pretty often, especially in the Bangladeshi batting order. Comes down the track, gets that on the full, and will fetch a boundary. Charmin Shupta is in terrific touch, and she reaches to her 50 of just 41 deliveries. Outstanding knock.
Exceptional from Charmin Shupta. Amy flights it once again, but ball doesn't land. Instead, Shupta finds that gap just between mid-wicket and mid-on. Picked up her 4th women's ODI 50. And coincidentally, her 3rd against Ireland. Seems to be her favorite opponent.
Here we go, Ames.
Came up with a very positive frame of mind, Charmin Shupta. Has been in good touch recently. And a very busy cricketer as well. Always looking for the singles, doubles, and those odd boundaries.
Positive intent again from Shupta, trying to get to the pitch of the ball. And we've talked about the power that the Bangladesh batters usually can generate, or the lack of it, I must say, but Shupta doesn't lack in that as well. Reflected in the way she's batted today.
Cuts that away and will get a boundary. Fielder at backward point. Lost the sight of it for a moment. Fielding hasn't been outstanding partnership between these two batters. 97 they have put together of 98 deliveries. I mentioned about the strike rate and run rate. Both the batters are slowly catching it up.
Yes, hello.
Reached their landmarks, both the batters, and now will look to open up a bit more. Mid-off and mid-on inside the circle.
It's a good start there again. Just keeping it stump to stump, keeping it simple. Faster bowlers have found it easier here at Mirpur today. The Irish spinners not proving to be very effective. wickets that they need right now. Quieter start to this over. Sharmeen Akhtar Shupta has made a grand comeback into the national side. Just look at that innings that she's played. Some brilliant shots, especially strong on the onside.
And not afraid to use her feet. Plays that pull shot quite effectively. Looking for the double. Pushing hard to Pinky. Seems a bit tired now. It's been there right from the start. But Bangladesh got the foundation here. As I mentioned, their highest ODI score has been 250. But at home, their highest has been 225 for 4 against India last year at this venue.
There's a narrow miss there. The keeper missed it as well. The ball's rolling over for another boundary. Have to look for the umpire's signal. Came from the bat. That's what the umpire has said. Sharmeen Shupta, yet another boundary for her. She's been dealing in boundaries. Bulk of the runs coming from those fours. That was a streaky one though.
Again, outside edge. But the intent is there. You can sense the two batters now opening up, looking for those big strokes, especially with the mid-on and mid-off fielder up inside the circle, eyeing to play that straight over the bowler's head.
Arlen Kelly taking a bit of a risk there with the mid-off and mid-on up in the circle. It's been a partnership where they've tried to minimize the number of dot balls. Strike rotation has been very good from the two. The end of 36, it's 163 for 1.
Wrong side, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, aim!
That's close and given. Amy McGuire breaks the partnership, and it's the wicket of Farzana Haq-Pinky. Tries to play that slog sweep, and eventually lost her wicket. Amy McGuire targeting the stumps and gets the reward.
That was straight and plumb in front. An easy decision for the umpire. Just covered up all the stumps. Went for that sweep, which was not on. Pinky wouldn't have a lot of complaints regarding that, but she's made a well-played 61. Good contribution, laying the foundation for Bangladesh for a late onslaught. Farzana Haq-Pinky would be dejected. She hasn't carried the innings through.
Yeah, that's middle. A little bit back.
Skipper Nigar Sultana Jyoti walks into the middle. The bird, the girl, Surely look to make an impact on her birthday and gift herself a win for Bangladesh. ehimZ picked up the wicket of Farzana Haq-Pinky. Tried to play that slog sweep. Hit her in the back leg.
Oh, yes, aims.
Jyoti gets off the mark immediately.
She's chasing a milestone, Nigar Sultana. Needs 102 more runs to become the second after Farzana Haq-Pinky to reach 1,000 women's ODI runs amongst the current squad. She's been the captain for quite some years now. She's a true leader of the side.
Sharmin Shupta look to continue and make sure Bangladesh don't lose any more wicket here. Being the set batter at the crease, must utilize the opportunity to score a big total on the board for Bangladesh. Again, use of the feet, nicely bowled.
It has been a great over from ehimZ coming back for another spell. She's finally got her reward. Absolutely not scared to flight it. She's got a very good round arm action.
I think Ireland missed a trick, not adding Cara Murray in the playing 11. She has been the leading wicket taker for Ireland since 2021, 37 of 22 innings with an economy of 5.71. They've got quite a few seamers in the lineup compared to Bangladesh. They've opted for just one specialist seamer.
Bit of a yes and no. Batter safe. Speaking of Cara Murray, she's really been one of the mainstays for Ireland. The over ends after 37, it's 169 for 2.
Bangladesh 165 for 2. All the batters got the start. Farzana Pinky scoring her 50. So does Sharmin Shupta. Mushida Khatun Happy gave a good support to Farzana Haq-Pinky up front. But at the moment, Shupta will look to score some quick runs. 13 more overs to go, including this one. 165 for 2, 8 wickets in hand. What do you reckon, Parvez? What should be a good total on the board?
I think 220 would be an initial target for Bangladesh. Seems logical from here on with so many wickets in hand, a set batter in the crease. The ball is kept a bit low in this over. Arlene Kelly keeping at the outside off stump channel. As we've mentioned, faster bowlers bowled with a bit more discipline. The spinners wanted to buy wickets, so spinners have got those wickets, but at an expense.
That sounded good. That sounded really good. Sharmin Shupta gets another boundary. She's in a good mood with the bat today. 64 of just 52 deliveries.
Brutal when she gets with, strong on the cut, just bisects the fielders. This has been a magnificent comeback into the national side, back for Sharmina Shupta.
Interestingly, her family was against playing cricket and gave a condition to get admitted to a public university, which she eventually did. She studied at the Jahangirnagar University and got admitted through merit, not as a sports person quota. gutsy cricketer.
You can see the reflection of that in the way that she's batted today. The pathway for a comeback is not always easy, but she's made it. She's making good use of that as well. She scored a bulk of runs from boundaries. 13 fours to her name so far. Makes some room but can't find the gap. Arlene Kelly would want to finish well, and she's done it. After 38, it's 169 for 2.
Nicely played. Use of the feet. Nigar Sultana Jyoti gets onto the action and gets a boundary over mid-off.
Excellent from Jyoti. That's her trademark. She won't give the bowler time to adjust because she steps out very late. Picks her area, clears it cleanly, Jyoti. Excellent.
Ran the first one hard. Settles for a single. Sharmin Shupta just changed the entire scenario of the batting innings of Bangladesh ever since she walked out into the middle. We spoke about the strike rates. Down the leg side, wide given. You mentioned about the total for Bangladesh. They must be eyeing someone at 220. With Sharmin Shupta at the crease, I think they should eye more than that.
That's exactly what I was thinking. What a shot. Inside out. The mid-off fielder spectates. That's another boundary. So speaking of the way that the Bangladeshi batters have been batting, I might have been a bit too conservative when I've spoken about 220. I think they should eye 250 from here.
That's a shot of a batter in great confidence, and that forced the captain to take the fielder too long off. Again, nice use of the feet. This has been a hallmark of Shupta's innings so far.
She's been very good on the drives. Whenever the ball comes short, she has pulled. She has on-driven very well as well. Not afraid to go over the top.
Just been informed by Rifat Emil. That's the first ever a Bangladeshi batter has scored 13 boundaries in an innings. Better late than never though, Parvez.
Absolutely. I was just having that boundary count for Sharmin Shupta. Out of the 69 runs, more than 50 runs coming off boundaries. That has been the hallmark of her innings. Just look at the strike rotation, a bundle of energy. She keeps on pushing the partner to take up, put pressure on the fielders. You can see that maybe sweating under the heat, the Irish fielders at the end of the over. It's 182 for 2.
182 for 2 after 39. 11 overs to go for Bangladesh. From here on, they must be eyeing someone at 250. And with 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃 in such form, Bangladesh surely can hope to reach that total. Skipper Nigar Sultana Jyoti just walked in. It's too wide. We mentioned about this series for Bangladesh. It's very crucial in terms of their direct qualification for the upcoming ICC ODI World Cup. The top 6 teams, including the host India, will play directly to the World Cup. Australia, England, India and South Africa are already through.
Yes, ace.
There's 2 places still available for the teams. Sri Lanka already played out 24 matches. They've got 22 points. New Zealand played 21 matches, have 20. Pakistan, 24 matches, 17 points. West Indies and Bangladesh played 18 with 14 and 13 points respectively. So it's a crucial series for Bangladesh.
It's well bowled again from Eva Canning. She's been used sparingly by the captain. She's used her both from the media end and from the far end. Ball just held its line. Are there signs of fatigue in 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃? Scampers for a single. She could be eyeing 100, could be too early to say, but the way that she's batting, right now she's looking for runs pretty much every ball.
Let me tell you, she's not even thinking about 100. The way she batted throughout the innings, she played for the team, played with great intent. She's been a great teammate, a great batter for her partner, released the pressure and played according to the situation of the game. Whenever there's runs offered, she pounced onto it. Bowling wide of the crease, targeting the stumps.
Bit of chit-chat between the two batters. Nigar Sultana, obviously, this is a situation she'd want to come into. Usually comes in when the team is in crisis, but this time, top order has clicked. It's a slower one. Some change of pace from Eva Canning.
Decent over so far from Eva Canning. Nigar Sultana Jyoti, 7 of 7. 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃, 71 of 61. Still mid-off, mid-on, inside the circle. There's a deep mid-wicket and backward square leg. Dot ball to end the over. 184 for 2 after 40. Last 10 overs of the innings for Bangladesh. They're well placed to post a good total on the board. We mentioned about 250 would be a very good total in this surface. Bangladesh's average first innings total since 2021 has been 171. And they have already gone past that. with 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃 looking really good and confident.
Tied her down within her crease. 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃. Amy Maguire continuing. She's been the pick of the spinners for Ireland. On to her 8th. Bit expensive in the previous over.
That's better, much better. Vacant spaces there. Tucked away for a single. As a batter, you don't always look for boundaries when there's singles offered here and there. Yes, you go for those boundaries when you get those deliveries, but other than that, you need to rotate the strikes. Charmin did that really well so far. Oh, nicely bowled. Clever, very clever by Amy Maguire. She's seen Nigar Sultana Jyoti approaching down the track, adjusted her line and length, and forced the batter to get back to her crease.
There was turn on offer. Dragged her out of her crease. Jyoti doing well to get back on time. Goes for her trademark sweep. That was fine. As a fielder.
Bangladesh will be traveling West Indies after this series. Ireland, on the other hand, will tour India. It's a tough series for Ireland coming into the subcontinent. Again, use of the feet, powerfully struck. But there's a field at long off. Sultana will get a single. End of the over. After 41, Bangladesh 187 for 2. Good to see crowd coming in. Encourage the girls as well. We have seen great amount of enthusiasm for cricket, whether it's boys or girls. Bangladeshis love cricket.
Yesterday, the skipper of Ireland, she actually said that they've never seen so many cameras. So the attention is there. It's all about performing under the limelight. We've seen sponsors also coming up to support women's cricket, which is a very positive sign. And Jyoti has expressed her intent of moving in the forward direction.
That kept a bit low. Missed the keeper. With that delivery, you can sense 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃. The wicket will start to change its nature as the day progresses. As I mentioned previously, Bangladesh got loads of spinners in the lineup. They will surely come into play. With the ball keeping low, keep the batters guessing.
Change in field. Third man goes back. Mid off, mid on, still up in the circle for Laura Delaney. Can't find the gap. Jyoti will look to give back strike to 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃, who's hitting the balls really well.
But I really think Nigar Sultana Jyoti should also join 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃 and look to score those boundaries. They've got 8 wickets in hand, 8 overs to go after this over. And she does exactly. Nicely played for a boundary. Mid-off fielder was up inside the circle and she pierced the gap.
Lovely from 𝗂𝗃𝗧. One of her favorite shots there, inside out. She's walked across to the off stump with given. Execution perfect from 𝗂𝗃𝗧 Sultana, the Bangladesh skipper. Onto the back foot now. Still trying to eye that cover region. There's big gaps onto the boundary areas. Just the cover and mid-off. It's been a tough day for the Irish fielders.
Dropped a couple of catches, missed one run out. There were misfieldings here and there. Again, a full toss. Firmly struck, but there's a fielder at deep mid-wicket. Patrolling the boundary. Yeah, but Ireland is a very good side when it comes to fielding. They've set a very good standard over the years. Probably they will take a bit of time adjusting with the conditions here in Bangladesh. It's pretty hot compared to Ireland. Change of field again. Deep third comes inside the circle. Mid-on goes back.
Delaney will have to re-bowl. This has also been something that the Irish women will have to improve on. There's been quite a few wide deliveries, those extras coming in. Definitely doesn't help their cause. Delaney has been the captain of the side for 8 straight years. Single to end the over there. Bangladesh 194 for 2. Welcome Shamunai, business end of the innings.
I hope at the end, at least I can tell you that it was good doing business with you. At least the two batters in the middle, 𝗂𝗃𝗧 Sultana Jyoti. Charmin Shupta would be hoping for the same, but this was a sharp delivery from Amy Maguire.
Quite a few records are there to be broken. Charmin Shupta, she's done herself very good. Scored her highest ODI total so far.
Oh, was beaten. Jyoti was beaten. Now the wicket-keeper could not grab it in the first attempt. Wow, that was an opportunity for a stumping.
Close call there. Jyoti survives. She'll have to make use of it. Another one that she can't put back to ball.
Amy Hunter behind the stumps. Yes, quick, low, failed to gather it. Flighted delivery down the track, nicely along the ground, is through the gap for 4 from the bat of 𝗂𝗃𝗧 Sultana Jyoti, the Bangladesh captain.
Big chase for the fielder, ran straight from mid-wicket, just couldn't cover the ground. Was a loopy full toss, enticing Jyoti to go for it. The big shot, she does, finds the gap well. Batters have scored quite a few runs through that cow corner area.
Rubbing salt into the wounds. Moved across, leg stump was exposed, played it late for a single. Amy Hunter would be sort of apologizing to the other 𝗂𝗎 bowling. Will be end of the over. The 200 is up for Bangladesh, 201 for 2. Pace into the attack. Again, Jyoti moving across, already waiting to hit it on the onside. Gets a single, gives it to 𝗂𝗧.
Pace should be the order of the day for Ireland right now. Moving on to the death overs. But 𝗂𝗧 likes pace on the ball. I've seen her cleanly striking those, especially at the start of her innings. She started off really well, actually. That gave her the momentum to keep on pushing. Still looks pretty strong as we see a change in field. The short third man coming in, obviously. The long on goes right up to the boundary line.
Now pushes the third back again. Or perhaps she just went back to collect the towel. Yeah, she'll be back inside the circle. So there's a sweeper on the offside. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket and long on. And outside the off. Played off the back foot, finds the gap. Does it have enough legs? The fielder does. Throws it back.
Every ball should count right now. Bangladesh trying to up the ante. A lot of wickets in hand.
Leah Paul, the fielder in the deep. Well done. Just looking for the gap again. Was Sharmin Akhtar 𝗂𝗧. Straight to the fielder.
There are gaps to be found. Having a closer look at the field setup. It's a deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket and a long on the onside. An extra cover on the off.
Was full in the air. Falls just short of that fielder at point. Perhaps did it just hold a little off the surface is what Sharmin Akhtar 𝗂𝗧 is indicating.
Was a slower delivery as well. Sort of a leg cutter there. Went on to the shot pretty early. It was a good effort down at backward point. Just couldn't reach it on time.
Amy Maguire was the fielder, not down on one knee. Was full, nicely timed. The deep backward square leg does her job.
The intent, the aggression from 𝗂𝗧 seeping through. Jyoti should have a similar task in hand. She finds herself in an excellent position. Usually comes in when the team is in crisis. And look at the crowd beating the heat out here in numbers. Enjoying women's cricket here at the home.
Again, the slower back of a hand from Delaney. Overthrows. Will allow some more runs. Perhaps could go to the boundary. It does. Despairing effort. She had two other fielders, but it's the pace of the ball. The outfield is quite quick. So additional runs. Just wait and watch how much. I think it's going to be 5.
That was an overthrow. Went so far away. Amy Maguire trying her best, just not able to keep it within the boundary ropes. Some bonus runs for Bangladesh. Again, having a look at the crowd. Gradually building in numbers.
Here's the throw. I think it was the captain with the throw, was it? Gabby Lewis. Commitment from Amy Maguire. She was standing at point and she ran all the way back. 210 for 2 Bangladesh after 44 overs with 6 overs remaining. Flighted delivery, keeps low.
That's something that would be a sight of delight for the Bangladesh spinners who are looking on. They'll come into full effect obviously later in the day.
Oh, was beaten. Beaten altogether was Jyoti, and deceived Amy Hunter once again. Did Amy Maguire. 3 runs on offer, come back for 2.
Amy Hunter is having a tough time behind the wickets. Usually a very safe pair of hands. Very confident young wicketkeeper batter batting in the top order for Ireland. He's finding it tough here to adjust to the bounce of the wicket.
Full and forces the sweep. Should be just a single. You mentioned, you know, wicketkeeper batters, and right before that lapse behind the stumps, they exchanged smiles because the ball kept low. Both are wicketkeeper batters, Tiggar Sultana Jyoti and Amy Hunter.
She might go and get some tips from Jyoti on how low to stand. Should she have a different starting position altogether? But the anticipation, the reflex, something that you need to definitely be spot on.
Flighted delivery comes down the track, goes aerial. Timing not there. Looking for the second. Jyoti comes back. Good running, good calling from the skipper.
Throw came to the far end, or the bowler's end. That's where Jyoti was backing up. She ran fast. Was a good throw though. Very close to the fielder who was well positioned, but keeping things tight right now. Amy Maguire. Shukta on strike. She'll be eyeing the cover boundary. There's a big gap out there.
This time stands her ground, sweeps it late. Deep backward square leg. Been asked to do some work as Sharmin Akhtar Shukta takes a single to end the over. After 45 overs, Bangladesh are 216 for 2.
Yes,
216 for 2 Bangladesh, having decided to bat first. Sharmin Akhtar Shukta, what an innings she's playing. 81 of just 75 deliveries. Oh, stand and deliver sort of a mode, but thankfully did not get an edge on that.
Very good start there. Just 29 balls remain, but Bangladesh look good to score at least above 230 from here on. Maybe even more.
Full, moves the front leg away, connects it. One bounce, there was a fielder. We just get a single. Now this is Bangladesh's highest total against Ireland women. Previous was 210 back in 2011.
So breaking some records in the process. Bangladesh, one good day where the top order clicks. You can see there's a drastic change in confidence. 225 is the highest in Mirpur for Bangladesh. That was against India.
Moves across, but this time plays it straight to long off. There's Jyoti. So she's going at a above 100 strike rate. She wanted her top order to click, to lay the foundations, which has been done by Farzana Pinky, courtesy of 61 of 110 deliveries. Murshida also got a start, played well initially, 38. Adjusted last moment, but good calling again from Jyoti and obliged by Sharmin Akhtar Shupta, taking that single.
Incidentally, Shupta was the one who has previously scored a century against USA, but that was on a List A category match, wasn't an ODI.
Creative from Jyoti, moves across, scoops it. So they're constantly rotating the strike. Just mentioning, and then Sharmin Akhtar Shupta came in and accelerated. Giving Farzana Pinky some cushion. The partnership was worth 104 runs, and then Jyoti comes in that allows her to play free-flowing strokes. Full toss. Can they pick up a boundary from this? Missed out. Shupta would feel, will get a single of the last delivery of this over. 46 done with. Bangladesh 2-2-1 for 2. Well, so far, the Bangladesh top order has made it worth the captain's decision to decide to bat first. Even though there was some moisture, I think few eyebrows were raised that they've decided to have a bat first. But thanks to the top order, they've got some runs on the board with 4 overs to go. I am accompanied by Mazharuddin Omi.
Thank you, Shaman. Bangladesh are well on course to post somewhere near 250 or maybe even more. They've got wickets in hand.
Now Freya Sargent, most of the overs she's bowled is from the other end. Now she's been deployed from this end. Comes down the wicket, was underneath it, but thankfully did not connect properly. Otherwise, it would have the long-on fielder would have been a contender for a catch.
Intentions are pretty clear now. She's going to go after the bowling. The idea was to play over the bowler's head. Long on, pretty straightish.
Uses her feet once more. Will only get a single. Jyoti was eyeing that cow corner region.
Mid-off still inside the circle. The deep square leg, deep mid-wicket and long on in place.
Soft hands, smart.
Jyoti batted really well. Supported Shupta. 28 of 27. Skipper on her birthday. Bowls with a very short run-up. Freya Sargent.
Moves across. Delivered wide. Now is that a catch? It is a catch. At deep mid-wicket. Jyoti thinking about the team. Smile on the face, but a shake of the head. Finds the fielder in the deep. And Freya Sargent has got her first. The big wicket of the Bangladesh captain.
Nigar Sultana Jyoti always trying to score those quick runs. Connected well, but straight to the fielder. And of a decent innings from the Bangladesh captain. A good catch taken in the deep. Sargent strikes for Ireland. As Nigar Sultana Jyoti walks back after scoring a runner ball 28. Bangladesh 224 for 3.
Sensor. Yeah, off stump.
Now Shorna Akhtar is the new batter in. The whole team, the system, the captain, the seniors in the side, they believe in Shorna Akhtar to be the up and coming finisher for the team. She likes Hardik Pandya. Now she needs to finish for the team like he does. Priya Sargent will certainly have other plans. Off the mark.
Had the opportunity to speak with Shorna and the team management as well. Puts a lot of faith on her. End of over number 47. Bangladesh 226 for 3.
Yes, Arlo!
Spin from one end, seam from the other. Quick single. Gives Shukta back the strike. Right thing to do.
Good, Arlo!
Shukta has been terrific so far for 86 of 82 deliveries. 17 balls to go for Bangladesh.
It's going for power. Not much there, but can't help but ask you, Mazhar, that we've observed how quite a few of the deliveries have kept low, hurried the batter. I don't think Bangladesh would mind, especially as they're a spin-dominated side. They'd be quite happy with that.
That was the reason to bat first after winning the toss. Loaded with spinners, as you mentioned. Ireland, on the other hand, missed out on a trick. Adding one more spinner in the lineup. And the pitch, we've seen quite a few balls keeping low.
In the air, Shorna goes big. Mid-on was inside the circle, so she will get a boundary. She does have a long handle. This time she used it quite properly. In fact, it was Shukta, beg your pardon, the informed batter.
Great game sense there by Shukta. She knew the fielder was inside the circle at mid-on. Just helped it over the fielder's head. Crucial runs for Bangladesh.
Outside the off. Hit it well, but straight to that fielder.
What a comeback it has been for Sharmin Shukta. On her comeback, onto her 90s. A great knock from the context of the game when she came to bat.
Back of her hand, slower delivery. Shorna will manage a single out of this one. Will also end the over. A good one for Bangladesh, With 2 more overs to go, Bangladesh are 2-3-4 for 3. 𝗂𝗧 𝗦𝗽𝗂𝗃𝗃 got a wicket in a previous over. She's bowled within herself. She's bowled well. Confident bowler. 𝗂𝗧 𝗦𝗽𝗂𝗃. Shorna on strike. Comes down the wicket. Has she got enough? Yes, wings deployed. And it is the first 6 of this match from the bat of Shorna Akhtar.
She mentioned that she worked on her power hitting during the practice matches, and you can see the result. Comes down the track, there was a fielder at deep mid-wicket, and she challenged her right from the meaty part of the bat.
Down the wicket again, full toss. Already she's unhappy. She feels she's missed out, has Shorna. But this is what happens when the top order clicks. It enables the lower to fire.
That 6 was actually hidden by a Bangladeshi batter, came after 13 matches. She's one of those who can strike big, looking for the couple. Gets that quite comfortably. Shorna 11, 𝗂𝗏 𝗫𝗃𝗃 just 6 runs away from her maiden ODI 100.
She looks calm. The way she batted didn't at all seem that she wasn't part of the side recently. She's looking to come forward, then waits for it, plays it late. Surely will come back for the second. They do.
Showed great character. 𝗂𝗏 𝗫𝗃𝗃. She's a fit cricketer though. Worked hard on her fitness. It's not easy out there. Faced 87 deliveries for her 96.
One hit away now is 𝗂𝗏 𝗫𝗃𝗃. Off the back foot. Sounded good, but straight to the fielder. And I remember having this conversation with you, Mazhar, that, you know, we need characters on the field. The team needs characters on the field.
Rightly pointed out, we spoke about Nigar Sultana Jyoti, Nahida Akhtar. Straight to the fielder. 𝗂𝗏 𝗫𝗃𝗃 missed out on her 100 for just 4 runs. End of a great knock from the right-hander. But unfortunately, she missed out on her maiden ODI 100. 𝗂𝗧 𝗦𝗽𝗂𝗃 strikes for Ireland.
Went for the spectacular. She doesn't look happy, will not be. Was just 4 runs away. I think it was rather unselfish of her. I think she wanted to get it out of the way and play for the team. Was there. She went to the pitch of the ball, went down the wicket. Perhaps not from the sweet part of the bat. Timing not there. And just carried to the fielder at mid-off. But what a knock from 𝗂𝗏 𝗫𝗃𝗃. What a comeback. Played all around the wicket. Some drives, some pulls, some sweeps, some late cuts. Kelly's the fielder who's taken the catch. And yet another wicket for 𝗂𝗧 𝗦𝗽𝗂𝗃. So the latter part of the innings, 𝗂𝗧 𝗦𝗽𝗂𝗃 managed to take 2 wickets. .245 for 4, Bangladesh, last over. Straight to the bowler. Shorna indicates it was a slower delivery.
𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗃 rightly pointed out, unselfishly played.
Yes, over.
Never try to play for herself, play for the glory, play for that landmark, rather play for the team.
Eva Canning, back of her hand, slower delivery. Doesn't allow Shorna to time properly.
Very good, Ace.
Shobhana Mostari, the new batter for Bangladesh.
Yes, over.
She's gonna swing whatever comes her way.
Especially with 5 more balls to go. Perhaps 4. Off the back foot in the air, was an opportunity. Amy Maguire spills it. Shobhana survives.
Catching hasn't been up to the mark for Ireland throughout this innings. Another drop catch. Straight in and out. Shobhana survives. Brings Shorna Akhtar into the strike.
Hit straight.
Very good, over.
Pace not there. So have to generate the power. We'll get a single again.
And that's good bowling, must say. Taking the pace off the ball. Force the batter to go hard. Not easy at times. When you try to go hard at every delivery. 2 more balls to go. 2 runs needed for Bangladesh for 250.
The back foot. Here the batters perhaps. Oh, they're coming back for the second.
Very good, Gio.
And throw at the bowler's end. Shorna was already in there. Good running between the wickets.
That's the landmark Bangladesh would have hoped for when they opted to bat first. And that has been the joint highest total for Bangladesh in ODIs.
Yes, Ace.
Can they make it their highest? They should. Last ball of the innings. Shobhana Mostari on strike.
Eva Canning with a slow delivery yet again. Drive of the back foot. Sweeper running all the way. Was Paul. Throws it back. The batters are back for the second. And it is the highest total for Bangladesh women in ODI cricket. They've managed to score 252 for 4 of their scheduled 50 overs, having won the toss. Eva Canning with 10 overs, none for 35, bowled well, deserved a wicket. And Laura Delaney got them the first breakthrough. Freya Sargent bowled well, got 2 wickets also. Seems Bangladesh do have a challenging total on board.
Definitely, they will be really happy with the score they managed to put. It's the highest ODI score, as you mentioned. Good batting display up front after winning the toss, electing to bat. Openers put up a good partnership up front. Farzana Haq Pinky carried on, scored her 50. And then 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗃 came in with a positive frame of mind. Missed out on 100, but played really well. Mushida Khatun scoring 38. Nigar Sultana Jyoti adding 28. All the batters chipped in for Bangladesh. Shorna Akhtar does well. 13 of 9 deliveries in the end. It's a very good total. Bangladesh will feel a lot better in the dressing room with that score on the board.
It was a good start from the seamers, Eva Canning and Orla Prendergast. Quite economical, particularly Eva Canning, the most economical of the lot. And 2 wickets for Freya Sargent right at during the end of the innings. 1 apiece between Laura Delaney and Amy Maguire. This was the start. They did get a good start, courtesy of Mushida Khatun and Farzana Haq Pinky. They put up a 59-run stand. They took their time, but again, if you want to lay solid foundations, you take your time. This was the wicket of Mushida Khatun, giving the catch away at point of Laura Delaney. and then came 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃, who was not shy of playing her strokes. A few cuts. 𝗃𝗃 came down the wicket also. 𝗃𝗃 playing it along the way, and this was, I think, the tempo-changing partnership of 104 between Farzana Haq-Pinky and 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃.
Complementing each other, Farzana Haq-Pinky and 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃, not afraid to use their feet, at times lucky as well. For Farzana Haq-Pinky, departs after scoring 50, but 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃 went on alongside skipper Nigar Sultana Jyoti, as you rightly mentioned, keeping the tempo up for the Bangladesh team. Scored some quick runs as well. Running between the wicket was up to the mark. Fielding hasn't been so good for Ireland. Dropped a few catches. Nigar Sultana Jyoti was caught at deep, trying to go for that big shot. Sharna Akhtar striking the only 6 of the innings, coming down the track before 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃 missing out on 100 for just 4 runs. In the end, it was a very good total for Bangladesh, putting up a very good fight up front, and they will be delighted to post that total of 252. 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃 top scoring with 96, Farzana Haq 61, Freya Sargent picking up 2, and Laura Delaney picked up 1. 253. It's going to be a tricky chase for Ireland.
Looks like it. 26 boundaries and a maximum. The maximum hit by Sharna Akhtar, the sole one in this innings. But the top order needs to fire for Ireland, and Bangladesh spinners will be hoping to prevent that. We'll be going over to Samit Qasim on field for the interview.
I'm joined here by Sharmeen Akhtar Shukti. Thank you very much for joining us here. আজকে আপনার একটা খুব ভালো ইনিংস খেলেছেন 96 কেমন লাগলো আজকে মাঝখানে ব্যাটিং করতে
আসলে আমি অনেক দিন পরে টিমে আসছি এবং টিম আসলে আমার কাছে ডিমান্ড করছিল আমি যেটা ভালো খেলতে পারি ওইটা যেন খেলি টিমে কন্ট্রিবিউট করতে পেরেছি এটা আসলে খুবই ভালো লাগছে যে টিমের যে রানটা হয়েছে এখানে আমি কন্ট্রিবিউট করতে পেরেছি টিম অ্যাকচুয়ালি এটাই আমার কাছে আশা করে এটাই আমার আসলে করা উচিত
আজকে আপনি খুব অ্যাগ্রেসিভ মাইন্ডসেট নিয়ে ব্যাটিং করতে নেমেছেন আপনার স্ট্রাইক রেট ওয়াজ অলমোস্ট 107 আর টিমের রান রেট তো about 5 and over so how did you play so aggressively on this pitch
আমার কাছে যেটা মনে হয়েছে যে আমি আসলে বল টু বল খেলার চেষ্টা করেছি আমি মিডল অর্ডারে গিয়েছি আমি যখন ব্যাটিংয়ে গিয়েছি তখন অলমোস্ট ক্লোজ টু 20 ওভার্স তো আমার তখন রোটেট করাটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি কাজ ছিল আর ব্যাট বলটা পানিশ করার চেষ্টা করেছি আমি আসলে স্ট্রাইক রেটের দিকেও ফোকাস দিইনি আমি জাস্ট বলটা দিকে ফোকাস দিয়েছি যেন স্ট্রাইকটা রোটেট করতে পারি
হ্যাঁ আজকে আপনি টিমের ব্যাপার আগে চিন্তা করেছেন নিজের ব্যাপারের আগে সো আই ওয়াজ হোপিং যে আজকে আপনাকে কনগ্রাচুলেট করতাম অন ইয়োর ফার্স্ট ওডিআই সেঞ্চুরি এটা তো একটু শর্ট পড়লো আজকে হাউ ইজ দ্যাট ফিলিং টুডে এন্ড হাউ আপনার মাইন্ডসেটটা কি হবে সামনের দুইটা ম্যাচের জন্য আজকে 96 করার পর
আসলে এখন পর্যন্ত যা হয়েছে আলহামদুলিল্লাহ আমি আসলে টিমের জন্যই খেলতে চাই হয়তো 100ও অনেক সময় অনেক বেশি এটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট না যদি আমি টিমের জন্য ভালো খেলতে পারি হয়তো হোপফুলি নেক্সট ম্যাচ উইল বি কামিং
আমরা সেটাই আশা করছি থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ ফর জয়নিং আস টুডে থ্যাংক ইউ
ভেরি মাচ
A very humble 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃 mentioning that it's for the team. She went and tried to score runs quickly. It's all right, she missed out on the opportunity, but of course, it might be on the back of the mind. She scored 96, brilliant knock of just 89 deliveries. But that's what's on the board. Bangladesh 252. And Ireland women need 253 of their 50 overs. We'll take a short break and come back with the run chase.
still early days in her career.
She'll definitely be looking to improve upon her average of 7.3. And Marufa Akhtar will definitely be trying to make sure that she doesn't get much too past that average today. Very good start to her bowling so far. 3 balls, all in a good area, good pace. We saw one with some good carry to the keeper also.
Finds the gap and will get the boundary. Sarah Forbes gets off the mark with a boundary, so does Ireland.
Very nice shot. She just pierced that gap in the offside field perfectly. A bit too much width on offer this time from Marufa Akhtar. The first 3 balls of this match, she was a bit closer to the batsman, but this batter. But this time, the ball just given a bit more width, and Sarah Forbes comfortably onto it and through the offside for 4.
Lucky on that occasion, Marufa, the fine leg was up inside the circle. There's a field at backward square leg and deep third.
First over isn't finished yet, but already the slip fielder has been taken out by the captain.
That came in sharply, probably going down the leg side, but good delivery in the end. A decent over. Ireland 4 without loss. Skipper Gabby Lewis will take the strike. And as we mentioned earlier, Bangladesh having loads of spinner in the lineup. And they opt for Sultana Khatun with the new ball. The off spinner. Bowls wicket to wicket mostly. She's got a deep mid wicket and long on in place.
Played down the ground in between those 2 fielders at deep mid wicket and long on. Collected another single.
Middle. Right arm over 5.
The Irish spinners were not hugely successful today, Mazhar, so the Bangladeshi spinners will be hoping that they can get a bit more purchase off of this traditionally spin-friendly pitch.
You're talking about the spinners in Mirpur especially. Since 2021, spinners have taken 95 wickets at an economy of 3.5 compared to the pacers who have picked up 24 during this period. So it's quite natural that the spinners would come into play, especially after we saw few deliveries keeping low at times during Bangladesh's batting.
The weather conditions will also play into that. As we are in the winter season now in Bangladesh, it will start to drop in temperature quite quickly. The sun won't stay out for as long as it might have a few months ago. So spinners will definitely have a huge role to play. Another good ball right on the money there. from Sultana Khatun. 5 balls into this over so far. She's only given away 1 run so far, and that is the pressure that the Bangladeshis will want to keep on Ireland.
End of a very good over from Sultana Khatun. Just 1 from it. Ireland 5 without loss. Marufa to continue, the only seamer in the Bangladesh lineup. They've left out Jahanara Alam, another experienced campaigner. But they knew the conditions will suit the spinners more. They've got a variety of spinners in their lineup, leg spinners, left arm spinners, off spinner. Nicely driven, finds the gap and gets the boundary. Gabby Lewis struck her first boundary of the innings.
Another great shot through the offside here off the fast bowler by the Irish batter. Gabby Lewis joining her partner at the other end and scoring a boundary off of Marufa Akhtar. Just a bit over pitched there and in the slot. Not too difficult to get away. Marufa Akhtar might want to consider holding her length back a little bit more to make it a bit harder for the batsman to drive off the front foot.
I'm sure it won't take long for skipper Nigar Sultana Jyoti to operate with the spinners from both ends. Good comeback from Marufa. Idolizes Hardik Pandya. Very exciting cricketer, Marufa. A success story for all the girls across Bangladesh will inspire to play cricket.
Absolutely, and the pace that she bowls at is really quite inspiring to see. Just off the mark there. Again, Nadia Marufa just struggling a little bit with her lines and length so far. That's a wide down the leg side. She will look at the way that the Irish bowlers, pacers in particular, bowled. Some of them took the pace off the ball quite a bit, which made it a bit harder for the batters to get the ball away. So that's something she might want to consider as she goes into her spell.
Brilliant bowling, huge appeal and given. Marufa strikes early for Bangladesh and she picked up the wicket of Gabby Lewis, skipper of Ireland.
And just as we were saying that maybe Jyoti will consider going to spin for most of this match, it is her star fast bowler that makes the early breakthrough here for Bangladesh. Looks like it was a good ball coming back into the batsman. Traps her flush on the front foot. And it does look like that would have gone on to hit middle and leg, Mazhar.
You can see from her front leg, tangled. His initial movement was towards offside, and the ball coming in always makes her the candidate of a leg before. Brilliant bowling from Marufa.
And good pace also. The pace really crept up on the batsman. Wasn't expecting it to come into her body that quickly. And a great start for Bangladesh. Ireland 10 for 1. And Marufa in the wickets column already.
The type of start Bangladesh had hoped for. Amy Hunter, the new batter for Ireland, slip in place for the right-hander. Again, huge appeal, animated and given. Back-to-back wickets for Marufa. She's on fire.
might consider herself a little bit lucky with that. Wasn't the best ball she's bowled today, but the Irish batter Hunter chasing one down the leg side got the faintest of edges, which Jyoti gladly gobbled up. Ireland have lost 2 in the space of 2 balls, and Marufa is on a hat trick.
What a start for Bangladesh and Marufa. It was not the best of deliveries though. Just the faintest of edges. And a good catch taken behind the stump by Jyoti. And umpire 𝗂𝗧 had no confusion, raising her finger. Amy Hunter departs without troubling the scorers. Ireland are struggling right away.
It's the opening bowler, Ola Prendergast, who's come in to face this hat-trick ball from Nadia, from Marufa Akhtar.
Marufa on a hat trick. 2 slips in place. Can she make it? She has to target the stumps. Prendergast does well. Marufa, the tails are up. Now finding those line and length pretty often.
Just keeping out that hat-trick ball there. As you said, she needed to target the stumps with that ball, but that was a bit outside of off-stump. Maybe was hoping for an edge with 2 slips in place. One of those slips has now been removed, and we are back to just 1 slip for Marufa Akhtar.
Trying to bowl that Yorker. Just missed her line. That's her strength. With the ball coming into the right-hander. So the idea will be to bowl roundabout off stump and hope the ball to do something off the surface.
Yes, much like the first wicket that she took. Coming back in, batter didn't have time to react quick enough and was trapped plush in front of the stumps. And with that, a fantastic over from Marufa Akhtar comes to an end. 2 wickets from it.
What a start Bangladesh had, courtesy of Marufa, picking up 2 wickets in a first over. Sultana Khatun to continue.
You know, Mazhar, when you have a team that is mostly reliant on their spin bowlers like Bangladesh is, it's such a bonus when your seamer can come in and take 2 wickets like that early on. Really gives the spinners the freedom to bowl and restrict the score other than really look to pick up wickets. And the wickets will come naturally if you keep the scoreboard pressure on.
And with the target of 253, which has never been chased here in Mirpur, the dressing room will surely feel the hit. The visitors, it's going to be a challenge for them in such conditions. Nicely swept, played that fine. Will that reach to the fence? It does. Sarah Forbes gets another boundary.
Very nice shot that from Sarah Forbes, showing a degree of comfort with playing spin bowling. Just tickled that around for 4. Beating the fielder's desperate chase to the boundary.
with offered. Once again, finds the gap. And got enough legs to reach the fence. Back-to-back boundaries for Sarah Forbes.
Showing her full range of batting skill against spin bowling here is Sarah Forbes. First with that little sweep shot around the corner, and now ball outside of off stump, short, cut away through backward point to the boundary.
End of a good over for Ireland with 2 boundaries from it. Ireland 19 for 2 after 4. Marufa to continue. Picked up 2 wickets in the previous over. She will be up against Prendergast. Such a handy cricketer. Bowls seam up. Bats right up the order.
Absolutely, Mazhar. One of the biggest assets you can have in international cricket, men's or women's, doesn't matter, is a player like that, a medium pace or fast bowler who can also contribute with the bat. The likes of Ben Stokes or Hardik Pandya, as you mentioned, this kind of player is really something that, at least in Bangladeshi cricket, we've been missing for a long time in all of our sides.
Nicely played on the legs. Looking for the couple, and will get that quite comfortably. She was made the vice captain of the Ireland side. Captained Ireland for the 2nd win over Sri Lanka in August earlier this year. Plays franchise cricket all around the world. Played for Adelaide Strikers in the Big Bash. Also plays for Trinbago Knight Riders. She has actually represented Ireland in under-17 national football team.
Oh, wow, a multi-talented athlete then is Orla Prendergast. And as you mentioned, playing Big Bash League, that is an approach that Ireland has taken to develop a lot of their young and up-and-coming cricketers for the women's team. Many of them have been playing in leagues such as the Big Bash and other T20 leagues, gaining invaluable experience because they don't always get the exposure at international cricket.
That's a very good point. The fact that Bangladeshi players does not get such exposure playing franchise league, that will give them a lot of experience and confidence as well. Traveling all around the world, gain that exposure and bring that into their game.
Absolutely, Mazhar. The exposure and the familiarity with playing in conditions that are not your own.
Brilliantly bowled. Was not there to cut. Too close to the body.
There's that movement you were talking about, Mazhar, that movement that Marufa likes to get off of the pitch, coming back into the right-hander. Really cut the batter in half there with that delivery. Excellent bowling.
Prendergast scored her maiden ODI 100 against Sri Lanka. Will get a single. She remained unbeaten on 122. We'll come back to that. End of the over. After 5, Ireland 22 for 2. Ireland looking to overcome after those early fall of wickets.
No, this way.
They are chasing a target of 253,
Yeah, middle.
and immediately Bangladesh put them under a lot of pressure, courtesy of 𝗂𝗃𝗃.
They've gotten off to a relatively free-flowing start in terms of scoring runs, but the 2 wickets are a major setback. As Sultana Khatun continues with her spin. 2 overs for 9 runs so far. Only 1 run off of her first over, but played away for 2 boundaries in the last over by Sarah Forbes.
Prendergast, as I mentioned, scored her maiden ODI 100, 122 not out on the chase of 261 against Sri Lanka, which they go on to win. And she made and break a few records with that 100. It's the highest ever score by a number 4 batter in a successful run chase of women's ODI match. And she became only the 2nd cricketer after Aravinda de Silva, who scored 100 and picked up 3 wickets and took 2 catches in a game against Australia back in 1996. Prendergast also picked up 3 wickets.
That was quite a significant game that Aravinda de Silva did that in back in 1996, if I recall correctly. Played away down the ground for a single again. Last ball of this over coming up. 2 runs off of it so far. Orla Prendergast back on strike.
Hint of turn will encourage the spinners. After 6, Ireland 24 for 2. Ireland losing 2 early wickets. Skipper Gabby Lewis back in the hut. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 Akhtar striking early for Bangladesh. And she will continue. She's bowling at a very good line and length. And you mentioned about the pace.
Yeah, everything is now coming together for 𝗂𝗃𝗃 Akhtar. As you mentioned, Mother, the line and length coming together, and her pace is definitely the quickest of the bowlers we've seen on show so far today.
Hardly any foot movement. Needs to be careful when you play against 𝗂𝗃𝗃. Anything fuller, it can come right into you.
And you can see, especially after that last over, she has definitely got her tail up. She is steaming in from the far end here.
Just going back to 𝗂𝗃𝗃, she used to be the only girl in her village to play this game. Would you believe it?
You know, Mazhar, I would, because 𝗃𝗃 is actually from 𝗃𝗵𝗃, which is actually not very far from where I'm from, in North Bengal, and it's not a place where you see too many youngsters, especially girls, playing much cricket. So we have developed some nice academies now up in North Bengal, so it's good to see the fruit of that labor finally coming. We're very proud of players like Marufa Akhtar, who have come out of North Bengal recently and are starring on the international level.
Bangladesh's former fast bowler Talha Zubair first spotted her. She's been working with 𝗿𝗵𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗃, the pace bowling coach of the current Bangladesh women's team, working on her off-cutter in the recent times. Flick that away, nicely played. Will get a boundary. Prendergast.
Very nicely timed stroke, that one down the ground. Just wide of the fielder there at mid-on and rolling away to the boundary. The outfield has been quite quick today in Mirpur. Not much rain around in the last few months in Dhaka and plenty of sunshine, so it's a hard outfield and a quick outfield. And that shot took full advantage of this playing surface.
Sultana Khatun to continue. Bowled well so far. Quick run taken. Talking about Sultana, came from a defense background family. Her mother helped her a lot to play this game. A bit of injury there, probably hurt herself.
Maybe rolled on her ankle a little bit when she was going down to stop that last ball. That is 𝗃𝗃, the scorer of 96 runs earlier today, off of which Bangladesh reached their total of 252, the highest ever by Bangladesh in a women's ODI, and the highest ever to be scored in a women's ODI here in Mirpur.
Hope it's not so serious. Good to see. She's trying to get on her feet. At times it's too painful. When you land on your ankle, there is a possibility of a much bigger injury.
You can see there the physio just trying to stretch her out. I certainly hope she's fit, because when I spoke to her after the first innings, she did promise that her first century would come in one of the next two matches. So we really hope that she can get back on her feet and rejoin the action shortly. Meanwhile, Mazhar, as we have a moment here, both the early breakthroughs so far from Bangladesh coming from Marufa Akhtar, the pace bowler. Do you think there might be a slight hint of regret having not played the second bowler, Jana Alam, the veteran, one of the greats of Bangladesh cricket, not being selected today? Do you think they'll miss her after this performance so far from Marufa?
I don't think so. The way they read the surfaces, they knew the spinners would come into play. And they have got quite a few spinners in the side. Winning the toss was a good one for Bangladesh. The team combination worked well so far. Obviously, they could have a seaming all-rounder in the team, might have helped to get that variety in the lineup as Ireland had. But again, we said Ireland would have picked a spinner instead of a seamer in the playing 11.
Hindsight is always 2020, Mazhar. It's always 2020. And it looks like, thankfully, we have Shukti is back on her feet, but it looks like she might just be going off the field of play for now.
Not a good side, not a good side for Bangladesh. Someone like Sharmin Shupta making a comeback to the side. Played really well for her 96.
Yeah, and you can see she's struggling there, Mazhar. She's taking the support of not one but two people to walk off here. That does look like a nasty fall that she took. And it does look like she has rolled over her ankle. Wishing her all the best. But she certainly does look like she's in quite a bit of pain at the moment.
Just talking about Bangladesh, when it comes to longest format, they got the test status 3 years back. They are yet to play a test match cricket. They're working on it. They are hoping to introduce 3-day cricket in the Bangladesh Cricket League in the coming days. At the moment, NCL being played in 2-day format. So it's something Bangladesh cricket is looking for. And that is how she injured herself back there behind Sharna. Sits on the ground. I hope she's fine.
Yes, as you mentioned, Mazhar, they have now had test status for 3 years, but barely any exposure to the longest format of the game. As Ireland work that away through the leg side, they'll look for 2, but will wisely opt against it. The fielder was very quick onto that one and an accurate throw. It's a completely different ball game playing 1 day versus 3 days or 4 days or 5 days. And really the only way to learn is to experience it. So hopefully we can get some more longer format cricket played in Bangladesh for our women's team.
Definitely, and the Bangladesh Cricket Board is planning to give more exposure to the players, especially in the longest format of the game. The head of the women's wing of BCB, Habibul Bashar, recently proposed a central contract for the National Cricket League players, a pool of around 25 to 30, just to encourage them to play the longest version.
End of the 8th over, Ireland 31 for 2, as we have a change in the commentary box.
Change in bowling in the field, on the field, and in the com box calls for a change. Shomana Ghosh is here along with Nuzhat Sabah Firdoz as Nahida Akhtar bowls her first delivery. A very good afternoon, Sabah.
Good afternoon, Shomanoy. We can see a change in bowling. Nahida Akhtar started her first over right now.
Bit of a confusion, yes and no. Well, it wasn't a direct hit, and perhaps the bowler's end would have been the right end to throw at.
We could see a bit of confusion over there. It was a quick run. It was good from the batter's side. maybe should have thrown at the bowler's end over there. Could have taken a wicket.
There was an opportunity, and exactly where Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the Bangladesh captain, was directing at to call to throw at the non-striker's end. Now Nahida Akhtar, the highest wicket taker for Bangladesh in this format with 53 wickets.
Amazing bowler Nahida Akhtar, just 24 years old, left-hand orthodox, made her debut back in 2015. She has had a very good domestic league back in 2024 domestic women's Premier League. Took 19 wickets of just 9 innings. So yeah, she had a very successful league in Women's Premier League this year.
Down the leg, ricocheted of the keeper's pads and straight to Fahima in the slips. Wide signaled by Shatir Akhtar Jessie as Sharmin Akhtar Shupta is being helped off the ropes. Yeah, you've mentioned how she's done well in the domestic circuit also. Now the call for the second at the non-striker's end. Could not take it and dislodged the bails. Good running between the wickets, between the Irish.
That's a brilliant running from the Irish. Could have been out. There was a chance of out if she could have catch the ball on time. Yeah, there was a chance of out if she could have caught the ball on time, but she missed it.
Arm delivery straight to the fielder. Will be the end of the over. Nahida's first costs 4. Ireland are 35 for 2. Sultana continues. So the pair in the middle, Sarah Forbes and Orla Prendergast, just happy to deal with in singles. Now have built up a nice partnership.
Flighted delivery by Sultana Khatun, right at cover.
Yeah, just trying to lure the batter. If she does come forward and goes for the drive. Last over of the power play 1. There's no fielders in the deep for Sultana, which means you're inviting the batter to go for a lofted shot.
Yeah, as you said, you can see that the fielders are on long on. As we were saying, that we have deep fielders in long on and deep mid wicket. So Sultana is trying to restrict the short runs here in the offside, and she's inviting the batters to play long shot over there in the leg side.
Straight away, we see Orla Prendergast walk up to Sarah Forbes and perhaps saying something as she takes a new guard, the leg stump guard. Maybe she wants to open up and pick the gap. Is the onside. Good fielding and good running between the wickets. Good cricket all around.
Amazing fielding by Nahida Akhtar over there in the mid wicket. She did amazing. She stopped the ball. Could have been a double run if she couldn't stop the ball. Catch was a call, but it wasn't a catch. It dropped very far away from Nahida over there.
And that will end the over. tight over bowled by Sultana. Ireland are 37 for 2. Now Nahida will continue from the pavilion end. Delivery nicely tucked away off the back foot. So after power play, Ireland are 37 for 2 and it's 38 now after that single, whereas Bangladesh were 27 for no loss. So Bangladesh had wickets in hand, but importantly for the Irish women, they've built up a partnership. They would certainly prefer to make it long and lasting. Now, Bangladesh played 45 dot balls, Ireland played 43 dot balls. The difference is the loss of 2 wickets that has forced them to play more dots.
Yes, of course you can. Another dot ball. Nahida Akhtar. As you said, that the Ireland team is playing a lot of dot balls, and mostly because they lost 2 wickets in the early overs. They're trying to be very cautious with their batting right now.
Moves the front leg away, nicely pulls it, but there is protection. Deep mid wicket. So that's fine. And we've seen, Sabah, how Bangladesh accelerated in the middle overs. So if they have wickets in hand and they got their eyes in, set batters, they know what the target is, maybe going forward they can attack accordingly. Play with soft hands into the gap and straight away goes for the single. That was the idea. Direct hit from the fielder.
A very good throw from Murshida Khatun. Was a risky run. I won't say it was a risky run, but she didn't place her bat in the non-strikes end. So yeah, could have been out if she missed a bit of second or so.
Flighted delivery, full on middle and off, nicely fielded by Rabia, one of the better fielders in the side. Single to end the over. 11 done. Ireland women are 41 for 2. We will see a change, another change in bowling. This is the luxury Nigar Sultana Jyoti has. Plenty of options at her disposal. It's going to be the experienced Fahima Khatun. Another leg spinner. Nicely pierced. The gap in front of square will get a boundary. And she does. Along the ground, 4 runs.
This is what happens when you play according to the outfield. The outfield is helping the batters gain runs. You can see that there wasn't much power. She just went back foot and punched it, but there wasn't much power. It's all the help of outfield that she got before. There were 3 fielders out there. She bisected the fielders over there in point and cover. And there was also a fielder on the offside, long off.
Flighted off the back foot again and spot on, Sabah. That shot prompts a change in the field. Quick single taken. Direct hit, could have been trouble. I think Jyoti wanted it in her gloves.
Brilliant running between the wicket from Sarah Forbes and Orla Prendergast over there. Managed to take a run.
Again off the back foot. Now there is a sweeper. So a bit of extra protection after that boundary for the Professor, but Rabia with the throw in.
Yeah, she played the same shot in the last 4, the shot that got her 4, and we can see that there was a change in the fielding. Rabia is over there in deep cover to save the 4.
Straight to Rabia. Straight to Pinky. Farzana Pinky at point.
Orla Prendergast on strike, trying her best to bisect the players in the inner field.
It was the googly, played off the back foot and quick single taken. Orla Prendergast, the highest average among the Irish women in this lineup. It's the end of the over also. It is 48 for 2. So left arm spinner from one end and the leg spinner from the other, both experienced bowlers.
Of course, might be a bit difficult to understand this kind of duo in cricket. Especially when you have a leg spinner bowling from one end and you have another left-hand spinner on the other end. As long as they maintain the line and length, it can be very difficult for the batters to understand those deliveries.
Flighted delivery, bowling of her own fielding. Fahima standing in the slip, now pushed back by Jyoti as backward point. Bit of an appeal, but half-hearted, perhaps going down the leg.
Nahida Akhtar showing her range of skills with her bowling.
Another change in the field. Murshida at square leg, now pushed to short fine leg. Quicker delivery. Now they're complementing each other. What Fahima does is the leg spinners, sometimes the googlies, but Nahida coming round the wicket. At times bowling the arm ball. Jyoti from behind the stumps saying, partnership's going on. Oh, in the air and taken! Just when Jyoti said, the partnership's going well, we need to break it, Nahida says, yes ma'am, obliges, and easy peasy for Rabia. As Orla Prendergast, She has to make that long walk back.
Pressure piles up in the Ireland dressing room as the third wicket goes. Orla Prendergast, she has been here for a while now. A wonderful catch by Rabia at mid-off. What a catch.
Partnership of 38 runs broken by guess who? Yes? Do the honors. Prendergast goes for 19 of 34. Ireland women are 48 for 3. Yeah, she would have loved to stay back in. She knows that she was one of the set batters. The partnership was starting to worry Bangladesh. But again, yet again, we see an example of bowling in tandem, as we were just speaking. Fahima from one end, Nahida from the other, keeping it tight, drawing the runs out, the boundaries, that it prompted something extra. Prompted Orla Prendergast to try something risky. Now Rabia. Another change in bowling. Flighted down the leg. Wide signalled by Sue Redfern.
Absolutely, like you said, when you have runs coming slow, the batters become impatient.
Again towards the leg side. Quick single taken, direct hit from short fine. I think it was Marufa, it is. But batters are safely in.
The Irish batters are trying their best to rotate the strikes. Happens especially when you have a lot of pressure piling up. You lose early wickets and the run is not coming in. Good throw.
Just an interesting fact about Rabia, who's bowling now, is, as mentioned earlier, one of the better fielders on the side. She used to be a fast bowler when she was 13, was Rabia. And then she tried leg spin for 6 months, and the rest is history. You know, the captain heavily relies on her. One of the 3 leg spinners she's got at her disposal.
Absolutely an asset for the Bangladeshi team. The youngster is bowling amazingly, and she's bowled amazing in the previous matches as well.
Your soft hands, right thing to do is take singles, rotate the strike. But I must ask you, Sabah, you played the Premier League for Calaghor, Sylhet Division. You represented the first class circuit. Have you had the pleasure of playing some of these bowlers now on display?
Yes, I had the honor of facing bowlers like Nahida Akhtar, Rabia Khan, and also Jahanar Alam, who is fielding at the mid-on right now.
A bit of a yes and no. Jahanara on the field in place of Sharmin Akhtar Shupta. Does a good job, quick throw, and at the right end, making her experience count.
I also had the honor to play against Nigar Sultana Jyoti, and while I was batting, I remember when I was batting, she was just behind the stumps during pace bowlers as well. And the way she guides her player, the way she's such a good leader. It's the end of the over, it's 51 for 3.
So we've seen a change from the media end, but Nahida is to be persisted with from the pavilion end. And I think our viewers can also hear Jyoti going on and on, as you were saying, that she continuously guides the bowlers. Did that bother you as a batter?
It does bother the batters because she's continuously talking to her bowlers and fielders. She's always continuously guiding her bowlers and fielders to do this, to do that. And as a batter, if I was on her team as a bowler or as a fielder, that would have been wonderful for me. But as a batter, it does bother everyone.
Moves across for the sweep, manufactures that, gets a single. Now, the thing is, Sabah, you're a Bangladeshi. You understand Bangla. It still bothered you. Imagine you don't speak Bangla and there's someone always chirping in your ears. That's exactly what the Irish batters are facing at the moment. As they say, it's the fun fact of the game.
Of course, I cannot even imagine what the Irish batters are going through right now, because Nigar Sultana Jyoti is always talking, always guiding her bowlers and fielders to do this and that, and especially when you do not understand the language.
Close appeal. Jessie says no. Shake of a head from Shathera Zakir Jessie, but it was a tight call. Nahida asking.
Nahida Akhtar asking whether it was out, and Jessie just told her that it was down the leg side, going down the leg side. Nahida Akhtar really wanted to make this breakthrough again.
Oh, she is certainly troubling the batters. Laura Delaney ends the over with the dot ball. 15 done. Ireland women are 53 for 3. Rabia continues from the media end. Sarah Forbes comes down the wicket and creates a single. So what's happening now is they're having to rebuild. That's what a break in partnership does. And you consume a few more deliveries. The required run rate goes up in the process. Fahima in the slips for Rabia. Not at all afraid to flight the ball.
Ireland might want to take it a bit slow at this point because they've already lost 3 wickets. They might want to build up the innings on maybe for more 4 or 5 overs. They might want to take it slow. Sarah Forbes comes down the pitch.
Now we mentioned how Rabia used to be a fast bowler when she was 13. Tried leg spinning for 6 months. And she made her debut when she was 14. So it just makes me wonder. We hear cases where... I was watching the test match down under, India versus Australia, where Washington Sundar was asked and he said he loved to bat. And now he's showing his prowess with the ball. Oh, yes. As they say, cricket is a leveler. All those things. And I think is just a mini life journey in itself. And we're glad to have the likes of you, Saba, and Mazharuddin Ami, who have played the game.
Brilliant bowling from Rabia. 5th ball of the over. Another dot.
Yeah, she's keeping it tight. And exactly what that does is Sarah Forbes comes down the wicket, but fielding of her own bowling makes the captain say lovely. She loves it. 16 done. Irish women are 57 for 3. That calls for a drinks break. Hello and welcome back to the Mirpur Sher-e-Bangla National Cricket Stadium. Is the first of the 3 ODIs of the Senora Ireland Tour of Bangladesh 2024, powered by 𝗏𝗏. First 3 ODIs, all the 3 ODIs are going to be played here in Mirpur, Dhaka, and then we will move on to Sylhet for the 3 T20 internationals. On screen, Shathira Jakir Jessie, beg your pardon, from Bangladesh is accompanied by Sue Redfern, smile on her face, Jyoti, and vice captain Nahida, doing quite the damage, keeping the batters quiet from one end. Now there is a slip in position. Bit of turn. She was not expecting that much purchase of the wicket. In the air. Is that an opportunity? Lands safe. Away from the fielders. Safely for Sarah Forbes.
Amazing bowling from Nahida Akhtar. This is what happens when the pressure builds up on the batters. They are not being able to carry runs forward, and they're trying risky shots like this one. Went in the air, could have been an out if there was a short. Fielder over there.
He's just given away 12 runs in 4.3 overs. Another dot ball.
A bit slower from the last one, and a bit flighted as well. Nahida wanted the batter to come forward and just hit it so that she could get a chance to get the wicket of this batter. Nahida showing variations in pace of her bowling, just confusing the batter whether to play the shots or not.
She has the arm ball, she has the pace variation, the odd one to turn a bit, and then the other one doesn't. Yet again taking the pace of the delivery. Using all her experience, Nahida. Another good over for Bangladesh. 17 done. Ireland are 59 for 3. Jyoti asking Rabia to keep it tight. Googly starts with the wrong on and hurried the batter.
Batter wasn't expecting that at all.
Much flatter. Opportunity, opportunity! I think she's gone! Good throw, good awareness from fielder Shorna Akhtar. And quick throw during the turn. And most importantly, at the right end, at the non-striker's end to Rabia, who makes no mistake, was positioned well. It's being referred to TV umpire. Decision pending. Rabia was calling for it. Mohammad Kamruzaman on duty. Rabia is doing the basics right. Well positioned. TV umpire Mohammad Kamruzaman waiting for it. And for all the youngsters out there, the importance of getting the basics right. Position yourself behind the stumps. Wait for the throw to come in. How does it look to you, Sabah?
Amazing. This amazing cricket from Rabia as well as the fielder. I guess it was Shorna out there. It was brilliant from Shorna because the last time they missed a run out due to throwing it on the wrong end. And the decision is out. 4 wickets down for the Irish team.
Sarah Forbes, who opened the batting for Ireland, has to go now. Pressure was piling up on her. And credit goes to Shorna Akhtar. We'll just have a look at the throw yet again. First and foremost, it was hit hard. And look at how quickly she collects it and throws it on the turn.
brilliant presence of mind from Shorna Akhtar over there at short, because just how fast can you turn and just throw the ball? Sarah Forbes goes for 25 of 50 balls. But as I said, brilliant fielding from Shorna Akhtar. She just grabbed the ball, turned around, threw the ball at the non-strikers, and she was so fast and so accurate. And 𝗂𝗲𝗃 over there was expecting a direct hit, but
now 𝗂𝗲𝗃 takes the pace off, was in the air for a bit. 𝗂𝗲𝗃 was in contention.
pressure piling up on the Irish team.
The voices are up. Swept. Good fielding from Marufa. Diving to her left. The Irish batters still manage a single.
Something about Marufa, she's so aggressive at bowling and fielding, and she's so fast on the field. It's very hard to cross anywhere near her when she's fielding. But she's very good. When she's very focused, she's very alert when she's on field.
Setting an example for others also. You know, you're a fast bowler, you come in, open the bowling with the new ball. You might think your job's done. No, she's active, she's focused, as you rightly mentioned, precise, that she's focused. Oh! Loud appeal. Turn, a lot of turn, and Jyoti signals perhaps the height. Also brings up a smile on the umpire's face.
What a bowling, what a line and length. The batter was totally confused. Brilliant bowling, good bowling from 𝗂𝗃𝗃. End of 18th over. It's 60 for 4.
Yeah, only Sarah Forbes and Orla Prendergast in double figures. They formed a partnership of some sort, but that too was disturbed by the Bangladesh bowlers. Initially, it was Marufa taking 2 wickets on the trot, doing the early damage, and then the spinners on action. Sultana, Nahida, 𝗂𝗃𝗃, and 𝗂𝗲𝗃, who's back into the attack from the pavilion end. Fair bit of support in. Inside the Mirpur Sher-e-Bangla National Cricket Stadium. 𝗂𝗲𝗃 is also nicknamed the Professor by her teammates and is known to be a good swinger, beg your pardon, good singer, and even though she's one of the seniors, the captain mentioned to me that she is someone who accepts constructive criticism also. So if that is the case with one of the seniors, I think that opens up the others in the team also.
Of course, as a player, you have to have the ability to accept criticism and be open to that. And if you're a senior and you're open to that, it really inspires the youngsters to not get demotivated by any kind of criticism and to work on that.
Yeah, she's suffered through an ankle injury previously, Fahima Khatun, then sort of had to adjust her bowling action also. She too has quite a few variations, but above all, Jyoti can call on her any time during the match. She believes that she can bowl any time. Now, you being an off-spinner, when's your preferred time to bowl, Sabah?
Just after the power play, for me. Once the ball gets a bit old, that's when I prefer to bowl.
Oh, looking for the single was 𝗂𝗂𝗃, sent back. Brilliant display on the field, commitment applauded by the bowler too.
A very good throw. 𝗂𝗂𝗃 wanted to take that run. A good decision from 𝗂𝗃 Delany out there. End of 19 overs.
Yeah, she was just looking for that single. Well, maybe the cops are also, trying out their skills as an umpire. I think that wide was signaled for you, Sabah. That wide by the cop was signaled for you. If I was your captain, I would make you bowl within the power play.
I mean, I won't say that I cannot bowl within the power play, but it's best for me to bowl after the power play once the ball gets a bit old.
Point to be noted. Exactly why we are seeing a bit more turn now with the Bangladesh spinners. The pitch has weared out a bit. It was quite sunny for a few hours, and the spinners are not hesitant to take the pace off and give it some flight either. Quick single. Throw in quickly, takes the bails off. Just Jyoti, she's already celebrating as Shatira Jackie points towards the TV umpire, goes upstairs to Mohammad Kamruzaman.
The team is already celebrating. As we can see, Nigar Sultana Jyoti was very confident with that run out. And you can see standing right behind the stump, and it looks like an out.
Yeah, gone. Confirmation from the TV umpire. Out. And hence the batter had already started walking off. So we've seen a couple of run-outs. Here it is again. 𝗂𝗂𝗃 had to go for the call. She did not take off. She was the non-striker. So it was her call as she was running towards the danger end. I think it's more of she obliged to the seniors call. But what's good to see is the fielding, commitment and on display by the Bangladesh players out there. So 𝗂𝗂𝗃 has been run out.
This is a moment in a match where you do not get enough runs and you become impatient to take any runs you can just in order to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, yes is the call, and they will get at least a couple. Good job done by Pinky. She followed. Sultana collects and throws, and the batters, they get 3. Laura Delaney is still there in the middle, and the runs off her bat. And the new batter in is Una Raymond-Hui.
It's the last boundary since 15. Good bowling from Rabia. No run from this ball. the Irish batters trying their best to rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking right there.
Space is late. 𝗂𝗂 tries to block it off with her right hand, but doesn't do it fully. And 𝗃𝗄𝗃 again has a chase on as they come back for the third again. It was a well-played shot, played late, and see how Jyoti is unhappy.
Even though 𝗂𝗂 could not manage to stop the ball, she did manage to reduce the pace of the ball, which eventually saved 2 runs, I would say, because they were able to take 2 runs only. If she couldn't manage to reduce the pace of the ball, it would have been a 4.
Comes down the wicket, goes aerial, away from Jahanara there at mid-on. And a welcome boundary for Ireland to end the over. After 20, Ireland women are 72 for 5. That also calls for a change in the commentary box. It's going to be Mazzuddin Omi along with Ahmed bin Parvez.
Thank you, Shaman. Boundary after 52 deliveries for Ireland. They are in a spot of bother, 72 for 5 after 20, in chase of 253. Bangladeshi bowlers kept things tight right from the word go. Marufa picking up 2 wickets in an over, 2 run-outs. 𝗂𝗂 to continue. Very good afternoon, Ahmed bin Parvez.
Thank you very much, Mazhar. We've seen 𝗂𝗂 try and go for the googly right up the first ball of the over. She's done that consistently for quite a few overs now. Doesn't get a lot of turn on her googly, just straightens up. She's a wily customer nonetheless.
𝗂𝗂, one of many leg spinners in the Bangladesh team. Used to be a seamer early in her playing days. Flight at 1 takes it on the full. Should get a boundary, and she does. A valiant effort in the deep, but it's a good-looking boundary by Hoi.
Timing was excellent there from 𝗂𝗂. She's obviously someone who's had an early start to her career. Did receive a scholarship on cricket from the Dublin City University, but right away got injured. She's making her comeback in this Irish side. Already getting a move on. Googly once again. She started in a flurry. Just a few balls faced. Looks to be the aggressor. They need to have some sort of a counter-attacking mindset right now, the Irish batters.
Giving a lot of flight, 𝗂𝗂. Not a big turner of the ball, but bowls at a very tight line and length. Not afraid to use her feet, Raymond. Again on the shorter side, Jyoti, not happy. She's asked her to bowl a lot fuller. 𝗂𝗂 Khatun completes her over. Bangladesh picked up 5 wickets for 78 for Ireland. You so far, Desh. Marufa picking up 2 wickets, and Nahida picked up 1, and she comes back into the attack, the left arm spinner, experienced campaigner. Again a huge appeal, probably going down the leg side.
That's her stock ball, Nahida. The ball that goes along with the arm. Pretty deceptive. Pitches it just under the eye line of the batter. If she wants to go across the line, like the batter did on that occasion, brings in a lot of risk factor. That was pretty close. That looked pretty close. 𝗂𝗚 not taking a single this time. There was 2 run-outs so far in this Irish innings. That want to definitely not make the same mistake again.
This time, again, plays that sweep. Got away on that occasion. Probably outside the line of off stump.
Yes, leg by signaled by the umpire. There is some sort of strike rotation, and Leah Paul, one of the other impressive batters in this Irish lineup. They both need to build up a partnership. Required run rate moving above 6.
Had the opportunity to speak with Nahida before the series. She said she's been working on her armour delivery. Idolizes Rangana Herath of Sri Lanka.
She's always been pretty accurate. That has been her USP. She adds all these other variations. Constantly have to evolve as a cricketer. She's been in the circuit for quite some time now, for over 9 years.
Again on the shorter side. Giving too much width. Nahida. A bit of partnership developing for Ireland. End of the over. After 22, they are 81 for 5. A mountain to climb for Ireland. They are chasing 253, which has never been chased here in Mirpur in women's ODI. Sultana Khatun comes into the attack. Quick single taken. As a skipper, Nigar Sultana Jyoti had the luxury of having so many spinners. Variety of his spinners, I must say.
She hasn't still used Sharna Akhtar, who can also bowl leg spin. We're obviously missing out on Ritu Moni's services as well, who could be quite handy during the middle overs with her medium pace.
Swept hard. Kept a bit low as well, as Jyoti was suggesting Sultana to bowl onto the stumps.
Yes, sure. The batter actually did well over there. Played with the turn, kept it down, connected pretty well, sounded good off the bat. Give her a bit of confidence. Stop start there, false start from Sultana. The batter wasn't ready. Taking a breather there.
From Ireland's perspective, this tour of Bangladesh is going to be a great experience for them. They've played well at their home, but the conditions are different and difficult. They'll be touring India after this. And this tour will surely help them to get used to such conditions of the subcontinent when they travel to India.
Obviously, these matches being part of the ICC Women's Championship gives it another angle to look at. Every point means something. Every match means something. So even though they think this could be a preparatory series for them, they'll still need those points on board. Currently standing 10th in the championship table. End of the over. After 23, it's 84-45.
Nahida to continue for Bangladesh. As our previous co-commentator mentioned, Nahida has been the leading wicket taker for Bangladesh. In fact, she's also the leading wicket taker since 2021. She picked up 40 wickets in 27 innings. Comes down the track. Jahanara Alam takes a brilliant catch, and Nahida strikes again for Bangladesh.
That was superb work from Jahanara Alam. Not in the starting 11, but finds her way to contribute. What a catch. The celebration will be two-pronged. The fielder has gotten the bowler the important breakthrough. Another one bites the dust for Ireland. Nahida, well-deserved wicket. Stepped out, had to move out. Required run rate, pushing higher and higher. That was excellent technique shown from Jahanara. Kept her eyes on the ball till the end, used both her hands, kept her balance while she was falling. Excellent catch to dismiss. Yet another Irish batter out there. Ireland in a spot of bother.
This is the type of commitment you expect from a senior campaigner. As you mentioned, not in the playing 11, but look at that commitment. Never easy, ball going away from you, back paddling, and completes a very good catch in the end to remove the experienced Delaney. Jahanara Alam, an improved cricketer in the recent years, was out of the team, managed to make a comeback in the squad. And Nahida doing Nahida things.
Absolutely. Slip in there. A bit more aggressive intent from the fielders. The one in the cover standing in more of a catching position. That came very slowly to the batter. As the day goes on, Mazhar, we can see that the wicket is getting slower and slower. Nahida's accentuating it by actually bowling at a slower pace than usual.
Good work of our own bowling, Nahida, keeping things tight. It's a great start for Bangladesh to the three-match ODI series. They are in a commanding position at the moment. Batted well up front and now bowling a lot better. Quick run taken. Oh, direct hit might have been interesting.
That was a superb fielding effort. Direct hit was the only thing that was missing. Another miserly over from Nahida comes to an end. It was Marufa. She would have been gone. The dive wouldn't have saved her. She lives for another day. Yet another over ends.
Marufa, English.
85 for 6 after 24. Ireland. Sultana to continue.
গ্রিপ ভুলে গেছে কোন গ্রিপ অফ স্পিনার না লেগ স্পিনার
Again, a quick run taken. We have seen a close call in the last ball of the previous over. Direct hit would have been gone. Bangladesh, I must say, fielded really well throughout the innings.
They did, and a lot of it would attribute to the way the batters batted, instilled the confidence into the entire fielding squad. They look very charged up. The likes of Rabia, Marufa, Shorna Akhtar, Jahanar Alam, setting the standards in the field. As you look at the bowling performance as well, they've really been able to keep the Irish batters quiet for long periods of time. Keep on taking a lot of pressure. That could be close and given.
Sultana Khatun strikes for Bangladesh. Spinner once again picking up wicket for Bangladesh. This time it's Sultana Khatun. It was plumb in front. Never easy playing across the line. And there's hardly any turn from the bowler.
Another one bites the dust. The procession of wickets keeps on going longer and longer for Ireland right now. Sultana Khatun seems like she's in a hurry.
Bangladeshi bowlers are all over Ireland. Second wicket of the over for Sultana. That kept a bit low as well. It was never to play on the back foot. As Sultana obliges with a smile. Bangladesh are on the verge of a victory here at the Sher-e-Bangla National Stadium in Mirpur, as Ireland lost their 8th wicket.
Saver Canning gone for naught. Sultana on a hat-trick. That kept really low. Just played outside the line. Just enough turn to beat the bat there. She had a successful series, Sultana, against Australia in the women's ODIs earlier this year. Kept her ODI form on a hat-trick.
We have seen earlier Marufa was on a hat-trick, and now Sultana. The only time a Bangladeshi bowler picked up a hat-trick was back in 2016 by Rumana Ahmed against Ireland, the same opponent. We'll get back to that. End of the over. Ireland 86 for 8.
Just beats the fielder in the inner circle. The Irish women will need to put up a fight. Just the beginning of the series. All part of the ODI championships. Bangladesh spinners on the wicket hunt from both ends.
Applying pressure. Slip in place for left arm spinner Nahida. Again a huge appeal and given. Wickets coming thick and fast for Bangladesh. Ireland are struggling badly here at the 𝗳𝗏𝗯𝗃 National Stadium in Mirpur. Amy McGurk, the new batter for Ireland, the last batter in. As Bangladeshi spinners are all over Ireland. Nahida picking up a second wicket of the innings. Bowled really well. As I'm joined by Samid Kashim. Samid, outstanding bowling display by the Bangladeshi bowlers.
Fantastic effort from the spinners in particular. And that was another one that just beat the outside of the bat, nearly going onto the stumps. The arm ball has been the undoing of the Irish batsmen today. Not much turn, as they may have thought, but just the ball that straightens with the arm has proved the undoing of the Irish batters today.
Nicely swept. Will get a boundary. Is it too late for Ireland?
It does now seem like it's a bit too little too late for the Irish, but something that they maybe should have considered a few overs ago, when maybe they were already out of the proceedings in terms of winning the matches, at least trying to bat out as many overs as possible. They have two more one-day internationals to play at this ground. Other than maybe trying to force the issue, perhaps they should have tried to spend some more time at the crease as another dot ball is bowled. I feel like this is a missed opportunity for some of the Irish batters to at least acclimatize themselves with the conditions. As you said, they have a tour to India after this. Time in the middle would have been very valuable, and it looks like they might not even play barely half the innings.
You made a very good point, Samid. Getting used to the condition would have been a better idea for the Irish batter. It's just the first one-day international of the series. 2 more matches to play, and they will play the 3-match T20I series as well later in the tour. It's never easy, as I mentioned earlier, to use to the condition of the subcontinent, and credit must go to the Bangladeshi bowlers as well, especially the spinners. They bowled a lot slower and onto the stumps. So you miss, I hit.
Absolutely, and a lot of credit also has to go to the Bangladesh team in general for adjusting to the format so well. This is something that we often don't talk about enough in international cricket. Going between a T20 to a one-day, then back to a test match, it's not an easy adjustment, especially when you see that over 50% of the players are playing more than one format. Bangladesh have really adjusted themselves well to playing this 50-over format, whereas Ireland have maybe had a bit more of a T20 approach to proceedings, which hasn't suited them very well because that's what they've been used to playing recently.
Just to add up, Bangladesh played this format 8 months back against Australia back in March this year. It was not the best of series for Bangladesh as well.
Absolutely, they've really bounced back strongly, and it really goes to show the character of this Bangladesh team. Another dot ball is bowled, because we must also remember that this is the first time Bangladesh are playing at home since the T20 World Cup last month, which actually was supposed to be held here in Mirpur, and here in Bangladesh, which was really a dream come true for most of these players, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to play a World Cup on their home soil. At the very last moment, that opportunity was taken away from them. The tournament was moved to the UAE. So a lot of setbacks that they had to overcome. They had a decent World Cup showing, winning their match against Scotland and losing against the 3 higher-ranked sides, West Indies, England, and South Africa. But this is going to boost their confidence in a huge way, to get their biggest total, to get a big win on the board after all those disappointments. Good stuff for Bangladesh women's cricket.
If you are an Irish supporter, just ignore the scorecard. You don't need to see this. Yeah, just going back to Bangladesh's performance in this format since 2021, before this game, they played 28 matches, won 9, lost 15, and tied 1, with 3 no results.
Bangladesh will also be hoping to now wrap this innings up within the next 41 runs. The highest margin of victory ever for the Bangladesh women's team in a one-day international is 119 runs against South Africa. Currently, they are well on track to beat that. Ireland need another 41 runs to avoid that dubious honor.
Yeah, just going back to the batting of Bangladesh, it has been a concern. It had been a concern before this game. Credit must go to the team management, the batting coach, local guy, former cricketer Nasiruddin Farooq-Shojib, head coach Hashan Tilakratne. They've got a bowling coach, former national cricketer Rabiul Islam Shipli, selector Sajjad Ahmed Shipon. Work really hard with these girls, and hard work pays off. And now it's a matter of consistency. How well you continue your good run of form. Not just about 1 or 2 matches. You have to do this over and over again. That will be the biggest challenge for Bangladesh.
also great to hear some of the names you mentioned helping out the women's team. 𝗵𝗵𝗴𝗃, for example, maybe was not the most well-known of cricketers from Bangladesh, but he was an international player for a while. And it's great to see someone like him coming back into the game, contributing to the national setup in a constructive way, working with our young players. Doesn't necessarily mean that you had to have taken 100, 200 international wickets to pass on your knowledge to the future generation of Bangladeshi cricketers. You see cricketers from all different backgrounds coming in and making their mark on the future generations of Bangladesh cricket. So very happy to hear that. And especially for a former cricketer like yourself, it must be nice to see these kinds of developments coming through in Bangladesh cricket. We even have now, for the first time, a board president who is a former cricketer.
Right, it's important to give those exposure to the local guys. Until they do it, they won't gain that experience. And offering them these opportunities in various areas, not just in the national team, also in the under-19s, maybe high performance, women's team, under-19 team, will help them to hone their skills as a coach and help Bangladesh to get more coaches. And you never know, we can have a head coach from Bangladesh for the men's team in future.
Absolutely, I think that would be that is something that, as fans of Bangladesh cricket, administrators in Bangladesh cricket, well-wishers of Bangladesh cricket, that is something that we should always be looking forward to. It's not just the development of players that's important. Equally as important is developing our coaches, our infrastructure, our administrators, and exposing them at the highest level is the only way that we can really advance those.
Again, a huge appeal and given. That's it. Bangladesh go on to beat Ireland to lead the series 1-0. It's been a dominating performance for Bangladesh. First up with the bat and then with the ball to bundle out Ireland for just 98 runs. Bangladesh, after posting 252, has been clinical with the ball, courtesy of the spinners. All the players chipped in. It was a collective approach from the Bangladesh team to take the lead of the three-match ODI series 1-0 here at the Sher-e-Bangla National Stadium in Mirpur.
Truly a fantastic performance, and with that, Bangladesh's largest margin of victory by runs in a one-day international in the women's version of the game. 154 runs, the margin of victory here for the Tigresses. A fantastic performance, as you said, with bat and ball. Everyone coming to the party, everyone contributing. Even players who were not starting the match today. Jahanara Alam came in, took a fantastic diving catch at mid-on. Truly a very good performance, and excellently marshaled by Nigar Sultana Jyoti, our captain.
Very disciplined approach from Bangladesh. First up with the bat, as I mentioned, and then they remain clinical with the ball. It's the first win in ODIs for Bangladesh this year. So it's a welcome win as well for Bangladesh. And the players will be happy with their performances. Ireland, on the other hand, will be looking to adapt and adjust in the coming days. They still got 2 more matches left in the series, so they can come back hard. It's a learning curve as well for the Irish side. They had a good run at home, but the conditions are tougher. It will get tougher as the time goes on. But it will be important how they adapt to it.
Absolutely. Ireland will certainly want to forget their batting performance from today. Not too many positives that we can really think about from their batting performance. However, they did have their moments with the ball. For the first 20 overs of the match, they couldn't pick up many wickets, but they did have Bangladesh under quite a bit of run rate pressure. Their pace bowlers did quite a good job. I think the overall challenge when you come to the subcontinent is always spin, whether it be bowling spin or facing spin. And Ireland fell well short of the mark in both departments today, both In facing spin, they really struggled against Bangladesh's quality spin bowling attack, and at the same time, they didn't bowl very well with their own spinners. As you see, the first match, 154-run victory for Bangladesh. Next ODI to be played right here in Mirpur again on the 30th of November, this Saturday. Ireland will certainly be hoping that they can put in a better performance on Saturday than they did today.
Nigar Sultana Jyoti gets a great gift on her birthday. Bangladesh wins on her birthday. You can't ask for more as a captain. Overall, as you mentioned, it's been a total team effort by this side. They've been preparing themselves for the past 1 month. They've undergone training camp, played 4 practice matches among themselves, worked on their batting, which has been a concern. We'll talk more about it later, but at the moment we have to go downstairs for the interview.
So Bangladesh finally won by a big margin against Ireland, and after that we're having to talk to Nahida, who's been a very good performer for Bangladesh in this particular game. নাহিদা অনেকদিন যাবত ভালো পারফর্ম করছেন, সেটা নিয়ে আলাদা করে কিছু বলার নেই, তবে ব্যাটার আজকে রান পেয়েছে সেটা কি একটু স্বস্তি দেয় কিনা?
না, অবশ্যই দেখেন আপনি আমাদের যারা টপ অর্ডারে ব্যাটিং করেছে আমাদের সবাই কিন্তু রান করেছে, যার কারণে আমাদের রানটা কিন্তু 250 প্লাস হয়েছে। সো আমি মনে করি এটা আমাদের জন্য অনেক প্লাস পয়েন্ট, আমাদের জন্য খুব ভালো একটা দিক যে আমাদের ব্যাটাররা রানে ফিরেছে।
উইকেটটা কি স্পোর্টিং মনে হয়েছে? কারণ ব্যাটাররা চাইলে রান পাচ্ছেন, আপনাদের বোলিংটা তো যথেষ্টই ভালো হয়েছে।
আমার কাছে মনে হয় যে আজকের উইকেটটা যথেষ্ট ভালো ছিল, ব্যাটে বলে ভালো আসতেছিল, যদিও সেকেন্ড হাফে আপনার 15 ওভার পরে একটু টান পাচ্ছিলাম, বাট আমি মনে করি যে আজকের উইকেটটা খুবই ভালো ছিল।
আপনার বোলিং পার্টনার সুলতানা খাতুনকে নিয়ে কিছু বলতে পারেন যদি? ভালো বোলিং করেছেন আজকে।
আমি মনে করি যে পাওয়ার প্লেতে বল করাটা কিন্তু খুবই একটা চ্যালেঞ্জিং বিষয়। সো সুলতানা অনেকদিন যাবত পাওয়ার প্লেতে বল করতেছে, আমি মনে করি যে সে খুবই ভালো বল করেছে, খুব ভালো কামব্যাক করেছে। আমি মনে করি যে আজকের দিনটা তার জন্য ছিল।
থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ, সেলিব্রেশন করুন, আপনাকে বেশি সময় রাখবো না আমরা। সো দ্যাট ওয়াজ নাহিদা আক্তার, লেডিস এন্ড জেন্টলম্যান।
It's a very good start, as I mentioned, for Bangladesh to this 3-match ODI series, winning by 154 runs in the first game. We already have 2 more matches left in the series, with the second ODI to be played on 30th November and the third and final ODI on the 2nd of December. All the ODI matches will be played here at the Sher-Bagla National Stadium in Mirpur. And after that, we'll travel to Sylhet for the 3-match T20I series, with the first starting from 5th of December. Right, we have a presentation in our hand, but we'll come back shortly after the break.
জি ভাই একটা তো দিমু হ্যালো হ্যালো ঠিক আছে দেখতেছি ভিতরে আছে হ্যালো হ্যালো আছে আছে হ্যাঁ বাইরে আছে উঠাই রে এখানে নামার দরকার নেই সাদাত ভাই উঠাই রে এখানে
আমি শুনতে পাচ্ছি বলেন পাইছে 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 সেটা দেব পাইছে পাইছে আমি দাঁড় করাবো পাই নাই বুরন ভাই পাইছে না পাই নাই দাস আমার সিগন্যাল দেয় নাই তো আমি ওই যে কইছো বল না না হয় না পাই নাই আমার হাত নড়ে যে তার এটা তো লাগানো আমার উল্টো বললে কোন জায়গা করছে কি ফুল একটা ইয়ে দে খুললে শুধু একটা ফাইবার ইয়ে লাগাই দেবে রিসিপ্ট এই তো দাম না কি কাপড় এই তো কাপড় কানি শুরু করছে ভাই আমি আছি আছি পুরোটা ফুল হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ মাথা আছে হ্যাঁ মাথাটা আছে মাথা উপরে ফাঁকা আছে অনেক আছে এখন তো চাঁদের আলো সব গেস্ট এসে দাঁড়ায় রয়েছে দেখেন তাড়াতাড়ি করা যায় সন্ধ্যা এটা পকেটে রাখুন আপনি কটা ছবি তুলে দিন আমার কাছে তোমার মতো অবস্থান ওর কাছে কেন তুলে দেবে না দেয়া লাগবে না ওর ক্যামেরা দিয়ে তুলে দেবে তুলে দিন তো একটা না আপনার আইফোন হ্যাঁ একদম একটু শিফট মু ছবি তুলবো এখানে আসি ক্লোজের জন্য এখানে যাব যদি এইখানেই চলে যায় তাহলে আপনি এইখানেই এন্ডিং দিয়ে দেন আর আপনি তো এখানে আসছেন বুঝি নাই আপনি শুরুতে এখানে আসছেন শুরুতে আপনি ক্লোজে আছেন হ্যাঁ উনি আসলে ওই ক্যামেরা চলে যাবে ওই ক্যামেরা চলে যাবে টু শটে আমি তখন ওনার সিঙ্গেল শট দিব হ্যাঁ আর আমি ক্লোজিং করে দিব যদি কোনো কারণে আমি এখানে আটকে যাই তাহলে এখানেই ক্লোজিং দেব সিঙ্গেল ক্লোজে আমি ক্লোজ দিই এই ক্যামেরায় দেবেন এই ক্যামেরা কিন্তু আমি আনার চেষ্টা করব এখানে ও আচ্ছা যদি আমরা আপনার কাছে ক্লোজিং দিব এটাই তো হ্যাঁ তো প্রথমটা বাদ ইন্ট্রো বাদ দিয়ে আর এক্সট্রা বাদ দিয়ে বাকি সব হলো ওই ক্যামেরায় ওখানে ক্যামেরা ওই যে উপরে ও আচ্ছা ওকে শুরু তো আমি শেষ ওকে Congratulations. ঠিক আছে ইংলিশে লিখো বাংলা কংগ্রেটস হ্যাঁ অর্থাৎ ইন্ট্রো ওইটাতে সব ওইটা হলো মানে বাংলা Hello and welcome everybody to Ireland Women's Tour of Bangladesh, Senora Ireland Women's Tour of Bangladesh 2024, powered by 𝗬𝗎. And to kickstart the series, the ODI series, it's a much-needed win, a great win for the home side, the Bangladesh Tigresses. Commiserations to the Irish women. But nevertheless, it was a good match. We all enjoyed it. First and foremost, to introduce the presentation party, on my left, we've got Mr. Nazmul Abidin Fahim, Director, Bangladesh Cricket Board, and Member Secretary of BPL Governing Council. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. First and foremost, I would like to invite the Ireland women captain, Gabby Lewis, to please come and have a word. Gabby, welcome to Bangladesh, but tough start?
Yeah, tricky day for us. But look, I think there was definitely some positives and patches, but just wasn't an all-round performance from us today.
Speaking of the positivities in patches, can you mention a few?
Yeah, we definitely created chance in the field. I think we put down quite a few catches. So, look, it's obviously good that we are creating those. It's just about taking them next game, and I think it would have been a completely different game if we'd have taken those chances early, because they definitely shouldn't have got that many runs up top.
Yeah. So speaking of that, how much would you have been happy to restrict them to?
I think if we're at our best, like, I think we're kind of could have been 150 or below around there, but I think they just got away from us. I think there was a slow start, and if we'd have taken a couple of wickets, we could have put the foot in the throat there. But yeah, I think it got away from us in that second 25. But look, we're learning. We're a young team, so hopefully we'll rectify it next game.
Would it be fair to say the batters or Sharmin Shupta took the game away from you?
Yeah, perhaps. I think obviously if we'd take those chances, it would have been a different game. So yeah.
And batting-wise, how was the surface to bat on?
Obviously turning low and turning. So I think some good conversations to be had, and we'll come up with a plan for next game.
All right. Good luck to you, Gabby.
Thank you.
The captain of the Ireland women's team, Gabby Lewis. Well, next up, it's going to be for the player of the match. We had a few performances. 𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗃 starting from the top, scoring a half-century. Nigar Sultana Jyoti scoring quick-fire runs. Bowlers with quick wickets as well. But one of them made it a comeback worth remembering. It's none other than Sharmin Akhtar for her innings of 96 of 89 deliveries. 14 boundaries in that. Sharmin Akhtar, player of the match of the first ODI Senora Ireland's Tour of Bangladesh 2024, powered by 𝗬𝗎. It's the check of USD $500 presented to Sharmin Akhtar along with the crest, but that's not all. There is also a gift hamper, a Senora gift hamper to be handed over to Sharmin Akhtar for being the player of the match. পার্টনারশিপ জুটিবদ্ধতা এরকমই হয়েছিল। সুপ্তা, প্রথম কথা হচ্ছে যে আপনি যে একটা গ্যাপ পড়েছিল এবং কামব্যাকের স্বপ্নটা কি এরকমই দেখেছিলেন?
আসলে ভালো খেলা তো সবারই ইচ্ছা থাকে। আমার এই মাঠে লাস্ট ওডিআই সিরিজটা আমি খেলছিলাম এবং পিঙ্কি আমাকে খুবই সাপোর্ট করেছে। অবশ্যই আমার কোচিং স্টাফ তো সাপোর্ট করেছে। সেই সঙ্গে যদি অ্যাজ এ টিমমেট বলি, পিঙ্কি সবসময় আমার প্র্যাকটিস দেখেছে এবং বলেছে যে তুমি অনেক ভালো যাবা, ভালো করতে পারবা। এবং আমার কাছে মনে হয়েছে এই বিলিফটা ও শুধু নিজে না আমার উপর ছড়াই দিছে এবং এমনি আমার যে আদার্স টিমমেটরা আছে তাদেরকেও ও বিশ্বাস করাইতে বাধ্য করাইছে যে না সুপ্তা ক্যান, এবং এই বিলিফটা আমাকে অনেক হেল্প করেছে।
একজনের বিলিফের কথা বললেন, আপনাকেও বেশ আত্মবিশ্বাসী মনে হচ্ছিল যখন ক্রিজে গিয়েছেন এবং শুরু থেকেই বেশ ইতিবাচক ব্যাটিং করেছেন, দেখে মনে হয়নি যে গ্যাপ পড়েছিল। তো এই বিশেষ ইনিংসটাকে কাউকে উৎসর্গ করতে চাইবেন বা কার অবদান থাকতে পারে?
আসলে আমি যেখানে প্র্যাকটিস করি স্পেশালি গ্রাউন্ডসম্যান থেকে শুরু করে থ্রোয়ার যারা আছে সবাই আসলে এটার দাবিদার, কারণ তারা যদি আমাকে না হেল্প করতো আমি হয়তো এত সুন্দর ট্রেনিংটা করতে পারতাম না। অবশ্যই সেই সঙ্গে আমার কোচ মোহাম্মদ সালাউদ্দিন স্যার এবং আমার যারা একাডেমির যত ছেলে আছে, এবং আপনি যদি বলেন যে যে ঝাড়ু দেয় সেও আমাকে অনেক হেল্প করেছে। তো সবারই আসলে ক্রেডিটটা আমার আজকে এই রানটা করার পিছনে।
বা অসাধারণ। আর যখন ক্রিজে গিয়েছেন তখন কি মাথায় চলছিল যে এরকম দ্রুতই ব্যাটিং করবেন, একটু ভয় লাগেনি যে না একটু ধরে খেলবো নাকি, কি চলছিল?
না, আমার কাছে আসলে এটা মনে হয় নাই, কারণ আমরা এই সিরিজে ঢোকার আগে 4টা কম্পিটিটিভ ম্যাচ খেলেছি আমরা নিজেদের মধ্যে, 4টা ওডিআই খেলেছি, এবং সেখানে আমার রোলটাই ছিল এইরকম যে আমাকে রোলটা বুঝাই দেওয়া হয়েছে যে যদি রানের কখনো টিমের রানের সিচুয়েশন অনুযায়ী কখন আমাকে ক্যালকুলেটিভ রিস্ক নিতে হবে এবং কখন নিতে হবে না। তো আমার ব্যাটিং কোচও এই প্ল্যানটা আমাকে দিয়েছে এবং আমাকে হেল্প করেছে, ইনফরমেশনটা ওভার বাই ওভার পাঠিয়েছে এবং ওটা আমাকে অনেক হেল্প করেছে।
পায়ের কি অবস্থা?
এখন একটু বেটার, বাট ক্রাম্পিং করছে মাঝে মধ্যেই।
মচকেছে?
না না না, আমার ক্রাম্পিং হচ্ছে।
আচ্ছা, আশা করি যে সুস্থ থাকবেন এবং এভাবেই খেলে যাবেন। অনেক শুভেচ্ছা এবং অভিনন্দন এবং অল দ্য বেস্ট।
থ্যাংক ইউ সবাই।
Player of the match, Sharmila Akhtar, and proactively we have our captain, who I don't want to let her go, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the captain of the Bangladesh team. Jyoti, you came and I was so happy that proactively, just like you are on the field behind the stumps, you know, first and foremost, happy birthday, but I think the gift has been given to you by the team.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a very good day indeed. Definitely, when your team doing well and the batters getting runs, obviously feeling good.
Batters getting runs at the top of the order. You know, we have had discussions and we've heard discussions where you really, really wanted that, and to get the foundation where you can play freely. Could you do that today?
Yeah, I think definitely how actually Pinky and Mushida batted in the power play. I think initially in the morning it's pretty difficult because the monster is there in the middle and they handled it very nicely, but they should have carried away. Like Mushida got a very good start but couldn't. Initially she should have go for more runs, but how Shupta actually batted today, it was brilliant, and because she come back after a long time and she showed actually that she's been prepared for this for a long. And I think, yeah, and when I get into the wicket, and it was very easy for me to get runs because wicket was behind me and there are a lot of batters behind me, so it was really easy to bat. So yeah, happy.
Great. And also on the field, you know, the bowlers were there, your usual combinations, they were keeping it tight, but also on the field, there were 2 runouts. The youngsters, Rabia, Shorna, as they do, constantly raise their hand up on the field. But at the same time, someone like Jahanara coming as a sub and taking a beautiful catch also.
Yeah, every time we are talking about like, see, batting and bowling is not in our hand, but the fielding is the only option that we can be improved day by day. So how actually Shorna got 2 run-outs, it was brilliant because it is our kind of a value of the team. Like we are talking about, like we have to get 2 run-outs in a match. So we have done it, but we missed out 2. So we need to work on it. And yeah, I'm pretty happy how actually Jahanara came in, and as a senior player, she took a brilliant catch and she was very energetic in the ground, and throughout each and every one actually putting their 110% in the ground. So I just want them to keep it going.
First box checked, first ODI won, 2 more to go, and then the T20I series. Some of the points you want to maintain consistency-wise?
So definitely we need to consistent about our top order of getting runs in the middle, and I think how our bowlers like Faim and Raben did not bowl well as their level. I think they need to work on it, and Nahida bowled really well. Sultana actually bowled in the power play. Marufa been taking wickets, so they should carry forward.
You had to, always keeping them on their toes. Very well done, congratulations, and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the captain of the Bangladesh women's team, and Bangladesh have won the first ODI of the Senora Ireland Women's Tour of Bangladesh 2024, powered by 𝗏𝗺ci. They lead the series 1-0. 2 more ODIs to follow. Next one's on Saturday, right here in the Mid-innings National Cricket Stadium. Catch you again back then. But before we go away, back to the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Sharmila Ghosh. It's been a terrific effort from Bangladesh to lead the 3-match series 1-0. Despite the win, skipper Nigar Sultana Jyoti was not fully convinced over the performances of her bowlers. It shows the hunger in her, and probably Bangladesh would want to do better when they face Ireland for the second ODI in a couple of days' time. Until then, a very good night to all of you.